Hotep Senuena Senut iti ren Hotep Senuena Senut iti ren Ishakanugu Kemet. How are you doing? Is everything okay on your end? I'm gonna do as usual. Check the sound. Microphone check. It's a bit loud even. Okay. The title of this video is Do You Celebrate Kwanzaa? Feel free to participate whether you celebrate it or not. And if you happen to know some people who celebrate it, then please be my guest. You're free to talk about Kwanzaa or any other topic for that matter. But we will try to focus on Kwanzaa at least in the beginning. There's a few things that I want to get out of the way. I was talking to the good brother Imhotep 360, and at one point he was arguing that people don't name their country based on their skin color. And I told him, well, you know that many of the countries' names that we know today come from the Greek. Well, it might be in Latin, but here you have different names, and those used to be provinces of the Roman Empire. So we have Britannia here, and we know it's Britain now. Belgica, we know it's Belgium now. Aquitania is the name of a region in France. We have Mauritania. Of course, we have Italia, and that's how it's called today because, of course, the Italian language derives from the Latin language. We have Germania Inferior. Now, that's funny because there is a car brand with that name. We have Macedonia, Asia, Syria. So that was just an example. Something else I want to show you. I'm not going to claim that I have superpowers, but how should I nickname the other guy? Well, the guy who almost debated Jabari had deleted 2 live streams. Now, the guy who says that the ancient Egyptians were Caucasians, he deleted the live stream that he has done today. I was at work, so I was participating in the chat. Now, what he did is to show people like in this area around where they have this hat, like Khabib, the MMA fighter, but he actually showed Khabib with that that hat made of wool or whatever that is. So that was his argument for the depiction of ancient Egyptians, where it appears that there is an afro. And I wrote, I hope you will admit that when we talk, I did not talk about the hair of Amenhotep III. Now, towards the end, he said that people in France and elsewhere, people in Europe and elsewhere, were influenced by the Americans when it comes to ancient Egypt. So here you can see that I asked him, how do you know I got influenced by Americans? Dr. Diop and Dr. Obenga are not Americans. And he even said that I was influenced by Americans when it comes to my name. So I told him my Forever is not an American name, it's simply English. My name is Shakandugu Kemet, but I love some YouTube accounts. So you see, people have interesting talking points. Now, this guy here, Stiliani, look at what he wrote. And he made a donation towards the brother who claims that the ancient Egyptians were Caucasians. Stiliani wrote, Diop got laughed at the UNESCO presentation he did. And he puts a laughing smiley. Now, Stiliani, can you tell us what your source is? I never heard of that. And we learn every day. You know, I mean, 2022 is a special year where people make so much claims. But every time we ask them to substantiate those claims, we don't hear much. So, out of curiosity, I'm going to have a look. And this is a screen print that I've made. I made screen prints of all the comments that I left. So, how does he write it? I'd be surprised if he's not anonymous and unidentified. If he is not anonymous and not unidentified, I'll be surprised. Now, many people have the same name, so it might take me a while to find him. What was the? That's a S. I mean, that's an orange S. It's a shame the video was removed because I could have simply gone on the chat and then click, go to the channel. But I'm not finding it, so well, it's okay. Because usually people who are anonymous and unidentified, they are the ones who make the weirdest statements, the boldest statements. So if anybody else has heard about Diop being laughed at the UNESCO presentation that he did, then please enlighten me. There was another thing that I addressed is ISIS prayer position. Now this is a picture. Well, those are pictures from the Louvre Museum, but this is not hosted on the website of the Louvre Museum. You can see this is from Pinterest, okay? And this is what I was talking about. And some people have used this picture and have placed it nearby some Muslims praying, to try to show some correlation. You see, and I also told you about the one where we have when we have where we have someone from ancient Egypt that is looking like he's making salad, but he's probably drinking. Oh, whoa, whoa. Now, I think that's about it. So we're going to listen to John Henry Clark. I'm going to share the link to the video this time. The title is in French. It says Kwanzaa, Karenga, and Pan-African Torture. That's the link. Now let me share the video.
He has not atoned to the community for his attempt to destroy the Panther movement. He has not atoned for being a police informer. He has not atoned for the way he treated black women. And look now, the women he mistreated and mutilated were dark in complexion. The women in his harem are light in complexion. The number one woman is a Mexican with what seemed to be an Afro wig.
John Henry Clark said that Karenga was a police informant. Only because we have some people who threatened to call the law, call the police on individuals because they didn't like their publications. And there's another video of John Henry Clark. Let me share it. Let's listen up.
Monica Ring on what he went to jail for doing needs to be explained. He went to jail for mutilating black women. And the women he mutilated were dark complected. The women in his harem, he has a harem, light complected, almost white. So in addition to having an ego problem, he might have a color problem too. Come on, bring it down, bring it home. He speaks well, he performs well. We have to make a distinction between these academic vaudeville shows. And we cannot accept the performance as fighting our liberation. We can enjoy a performance, but don't think it moves you forward. You have the bank account of the performance. So I really think Karinga is more of a performer than anything. I don't see anything enlightened coming from him.
See, I almost forgot one thing. Still didn't. Oh, Big, how you doing, Hotel brother? Still dealing with places not being named after people's color. Love me for how you doing. She's asking where Reg. I don't know where he is. I did say a while back, a few days ago, that if you wanted to holler, but now that the debate is canceled, yeah, peace to you. You know, he thinks that now that the debate is canceled and he want to suck his way back in. You know, you've seen the movie South Central. Don't try to suck your way back in once the area and punk you in the. You know what? I'll be right back. Where do you put a sad smiley? Love me for road check out. We in Los Angeles and then a smile, sad smiley. Or maybe it was a mistake. Maybe it was the wrong smiley. I'm gonna share a link in the chat. This is from the Journal of African History, published by Cambridge University Press. It is in the chat. Now I'm sharing. Islam and Trade in the Bilad al Sudan, 10th to 11th century AD, by Michael Brett. And it says the origins of Islam to the south of the Sahara are poorly documented. West of the Nile, the Arab conquest of the 7th and 8th centuries did not extend across the. Ooh, what's going on here? The Arab conquests of the 7th and 8th centuries did not extend across the desert, and the Bilad al Sudan, or land of the blacks, rose only slowly above the horizon of the Arab world, which those conquests created. So we are told that there was a designation for an area, and it is Bilad al Sudan. Oh, oh, it's okay. I have it there. And now, love me for road. No, I'm wondering why Reg has affinity for someone who his teacher slash elder clearly didn't trust. Have you ever heard about flip flopping? Have you ever heard about inconsistency? Have you ever heard about people being on the fence? Pan Africanism is friendship, scholarship, and no matter what happens, they'll defend each other. It's nothing new. Karenga stuff that goes way back. But he has paid his debt to society, however, for torturing those black women. But when it comes to the Jewish holiday that he plagiarized. We're going to have a look in detail. So I've mentioned this article quite a few times. Moranat Karenga's Hunting Ghosts, written by Gasa Africa Maat. The link is in the chat, okay? And now I'm going to go through the article. Now, brothers and sisters, I expect some participation because the title is a question. So when I finish reading the article, if there's no participation, then it will be the end of the live stream. So it's on you to make this work. I can enlarge it, can I? A cult of personality and hero worshipping as overcompensation of black leadership deficit, attempting to escape the essential questions of history. Olana Karenga's Hunting Ghost. This is Karenga outside of court where he was sentenced. Now, I don't think this website is still online. I'm going to have a look. No, it's no longer online. We went through so many websites that are no longer there. People have transited to social networks. Dedicated to Dr. John Henrik Clarke, who said, he has not atoned to the community for his attempt to destroy the Panther movement. He has not atoned for being a police informant. He has not atoned for the way he treated black women. Dedicated to Mwalimu Wesley Kabaila, who said, I write the following in the spirit of Ma'at and the truth embodied in it. I also write it as a matter of corrective history that has too long endured as lies. Introduction. Mulana Karenga is the founder of Kwanzaa. He also supposedly began the US let's say us organization and developed the theory of Kawaida. He is the author of a number of culturally nationalist books and other writings. He is considered an internationally renowned leader of African people. He was a speaker and one of the key organizers of the historic Million Man March in 1995. He is one of the founders of ASCAC and has been an activist and academician for decades. The hero worshippers of Molana Karenga would be more than happy if I simply detail the above historic facts and ignore the ghost which has haunted the past of their leader. They will be more than happy if I, like them, ignore the facts of his dirty past. They will be pleased if I did not ask and address the essential questions which they so vainly attempt to delete from the pages of history. A Karenga fan once asked if I'd ever changed my stance on his leader. I told him I already did. I was once a fan like him. I never espoused Kawaida theory. I was never a member of the US organization. However, I was once a participant of Kwanzaa celebrations. I often quoted the works of Molana Karenga. I'd use his resources to prove a point in some discourse or historical debate. That was a long time ago. Thankfully, I have never been afraid to question, critique, and grow. Some people are okay with the superficial and misguided, while others, like myself, seek to always grow and stand on principles. Stand on principles, even if that means speaking out against people we once admire. But some of us will question a leader Others who do not stand on principles will find all kinds of creative ways to excuse their leaders' unacceptable and sometimes treacherous behavior against our people. I am not one of those people. My purpose is to inform the people so that they can make insightful decisions about whether they choose to celebrate or worship in regards to my research and discussions on religions. I will not be silenced because I expose truths that others wish to sweep under the rug. We have this bad habit of not addressing the shortcomings or horrendous behavior of leaders because some feel we have a shortage of leaders. Well, we do have a shortage of leaders, but to not address the issues borders on treachery. No leader, religion, or topic is unquestionable. The African conscious movement must do a better job of informing our people on a number of issues and topics if we indeed, I guess the word are is missing. I guess he was supposed to say, if we indeed are, or if we are indeed the bringers of Ma'at, which is truth. Cult of personality and hero worship. A cult of personality and hero worshipping has developed around Molana Karenga. Let us define a cult of personality and hero worship as related to Karenga. A cult of personality is when a person or a group develops unrealistic praise for an individual. They cease to honor the principles which someone and others might stand for, and instead they begin to honor and worship the person. The problem is that men are flawed, and when a cult of personality develops, the mind of the follower will find it very difficult to accept normal human faults. Additionally, when the leader has committed heinous crimes, the cult follower will not even hear such unspeakable ideas against their leader. This is when the cult of personality becomes hero worship, which is even more unrealistic, even more ridiculous, and even more dangerous. Hero worship develops when a cult of a person slash leader elevates them to the status of demigod. In some cases, the leader may even become God. Karenga has followers of varying degrees. Firstly, some are simply respectful of his intellectual work and they may or may not question his ghost and dirty past. Secondly, the next level up for Karenga are those who are ardent followers of one or more of the concepts associated with him, such as Kwanzaa or Kwai or Kawaida. This third set of followers may or may not be partially engulfed in the next set of followers. The third group is made of the cult worshippers who not only leave Karenga's principles as part of their lives, but refuse to accept any questions of wrongdoing against him. Anyone who questions their cult leader, anyone who questions their cult leader must be doing the work of the white man or defaming a great black leader. By all means, Karenga is innocent of all charges against him. It was all a CONTELPRO conspiracy against him. He didn't do it. You know Shaggy's song, It Wasn't Me? This group is beyond the realistic and trying to reasonable convince them all debate with them is a waste of time. The fourth or last group of followers are Karenga's hero worshippers who simply consider him near divine or even divine. These hero worshippers are the ones who would bow, kneel to the ground, and kiss his hand. Yes, this was a practice of members in the US organization. I am informed of this from people who actually witnessed his cult following hero worshippers kneeling, kissing his hand, and mumbling, Molana, Molana, Molana. When I first posted this essay, I didn't look into the meaning of the name Molana beyond what Karenga has always taught people. It means master teacher in Swahili. After reading the essay, Dr. Mamba Ani asked me if I knew the meaning of his name. Our discussion reminded me of a video I watched on a lecture given by John Henry Clark. Allow me to explain what was revealed. The name Molana in Arabic means our Lord or our Master. It is in fact a title for Islamic leaders, not a name. Additionally, many who speak Arabic and are devout Muslims believe the title should not be used by any people since it is a designation of their God slash Allah. Kuranga has taught people that the word Molana is a name which means master teacher in Swahili, and that is absolutely false. While in Senegal, Kuranga was upset with John Henry Clark because the Senegalese had elected Dr. Clark head of a group of respected African Americans due to his work over the years with them. According to Dr. Clark, Kuranga approached him upset and said to him, "You don't know the definition of my name. Molana means God." This further establishes the cultist rituals, practices, and leadership of Kuranga. When those us members were kneeling and kissing Kuranga's hand, they were in fact mumbling, "Our God, our God, our God." Greetings, Brother Netaneb. This is the name of the YouTube channel. Kedika, the peer-reviewed science channel. He wrote excellent show, and he wrote love the peer-reviewed data. And our brother just made a live stream because he's about to go back to return to school. So he will take a hiatus for a little while so he can focus on his studies. Hold on. A leader can have a cult of personality without having an actual cult organization or cult of rituals. Karenga has all three. I have categorized the cult of personality around Karenga in the above section. There are several ways in which his cult of organization, us, and his cult of rituals can be exhibited. What was us a cult organization? Well, you decide. Consider the above scenes reported to me about Karenga's weird ritual of his members bowing, kneeling, and kissing his hand, mumbling, "Our God." Imagine a young, impressionable brother in the late 60s kneeling down and kissing his hand, dressed like Karenga, with dark shades on and head shaved like Karenga. For those who have seen the movie Panther by Mario Van Peebles, very nice movie, there is a scene where it surely portrays Karenga and his organization members. And there was a sitcom, some of you might remember. And now the full title might be Hanging with Mr. Cooper, but you definitely had Mr. Cooper. So it was a sitcom like Martin, and he's the guy who portrays the leader of the organization. So of course in the movie they did not mention any name, but let me continue. Also, Karenga was and is, as far as I know, a polygamist. He would have his first wife sit down and tell prospective wives about the great deeds of Molana to convince them to join in their polygamous marriage. This I have established directly from a woman whom the wife attempted to seduce into the arrangement. Karenga has been seen out and about with his wives over the years. Besides the fact that polygamy is not a common practice in America, while common in some African cultures, it is against the law. It is but further evidence of a cult leader. I will discuss. Many people will disagree with that, right? I mean, oh well, I will discuss the cult rituals around Kwanzaa later. These rituals around the made-up holiday also provides more evidence of the cult behavior built around Karanga. Let us here address if there is evidence that Karanga was an FBI rat agent. Karanga, FBI agent with an anti-Panther mission. Karanga was financed and provided with guns and drugs by the FBI, according to confessed agent provocateurs and infiltrators Earl Anthony and Louis Tackwood, and suspected former agent provocateur and infiltrator Elaine Brown. Elaine Brown, herself an agent, says that Karanga was an agent in Taste of Power. She opens up about Karenga being an agent but does not come clean about herself. If you consider her willful, destructive behavior in the book, how she came into the party and sexed her way to the top only to cause division, the allegations of her being an infiltrator fits. Geronimo G. Jagger Pratt, in an open letter before his death, informed the public that Brown was a former agent, but he was misinformed about. but he was misinformed and thought Karenga was not. Both Brown and Karenga accuse anyone who calls them an agent of supporting COINTELPRO strategies or J. Edgar Hoover type actions against them. This is a deflection strategy common with agents and former agents. Karenga and his supporters have had to use this tactic much more than Brown. Both Brown and Karenga were agents. They have not confessed to their work against the movement like Earl Anthony and Louis Tackwood. Agent provocateur Earl Anthony's confessions are available in this regard. He admits his own dirt and so has little reserve with also mentioning Karenga's dirt. Anthony states that he was first informed of Karenga being an agent, being supplied with weapons, and given the mission to destroy the Black Panther Party in LA by FBI agents Robert O'Connor and Ron Kaczynski. Furthermore, a lot of inconsistencies with criminal prosecution and brutal treatment against the Black Panthers compared with that of Karenga's US organization speaks to him being an agent. The prime historical example of this is after the murders of Bunchy Carter and John Huggins. The police didn't go after Karenga's US. They went after Black Panthers and conducted raids. Consider Anthony's spitting in the wind, which many question outside of one fact. The book is an uncut confessional of an agent provocateur. Anthony stands on I'm sorry. Anthony stands to gain nothing from his confessions of himself and Karenga, except he doesn't take his own dirt to the grave. Like Earl Anthony, another former agent provocateur was Louis Tackwood, who came clean on his dirt and many others in 1971. He also says that Karenga was an agent with an anti-Panther mission. Tackwood's word can be found in his Glass House tapes. Tackwood's words are startling, but if any of it is true, he and Earl Anthony are correct in pointing out the COINTELPRO manipulation of Rat Karenga. Like Anthony, he has nothing to gain except as near to clean a conscience from his confession that he can get. Consider this quote from Brother Sechem in his 2006 article, The Intelligence Origins of Kwanzaa. Carlton Westbrook, working with the LAPD's CCC Criminal Conspiracy Section and Division 5 of the FBI, used certain newly Africanized and modified recruits to set up two primary synthetic terror groups known as the US Organization, with police agent Ron N. Everett, aka Ron Karenga, and the SLA or Symbionese Liberation Army, with police informer and provocateur Donald DeFries. According to CCC police snitch and provocateur Louis Tackwood, Ron Karenga and his US, later known as the United Slaves organization, were founded by the Ford Foundation, the LAPD, and his good friend Mayor Sam Yorty through municipal funds, financing to the tune of over 50,000 per year, $50,000 of course, plus two offices and five apartments, as indicated in the September 6, 1969 edition of the Black Panther newspaper. The Wall Street Journal revealed that Karenga maintained close ties to the Eastern Rockefeller family, and that a few weeks after the assassination of Martin Luther King, Mr. Karenga slipped into Sacramento for a private chat with Governor Ronald Reagan at the governor's request. The black nationalists also met clandestinely with Los Angeles Police Chief Thomas Redding after King had been killed. Louis E. Tackwood was the liaison man between Karenga and DeFries and LAPD's CCC division. Aptly named, the Criminal Conspiracy Section's sole purpose and agenda was to target and destroy black militants and their organizations. through conspiracies involving informers, agent provocateurs, programmed assassins, and setup men, as well as militant synthetic terror groups to sabotage and discredit the African liberation movement in general. Through Tuckwood, Ron Karenga and his United Slaves, we shouldn't we should have known they were punks by the effing name alone, were given their assignments to work in opposition to other black groups within the black community, which attracted large numbers of blacks. Karenga was directly ordered to curtail the Panther Party's growth, no matter what the cost, and that no orangutan CCS slang for us members. That's what we called that's what we called his people would ever be convicted of murder. Tuckwood also stated that he provided Karenga with assassination orders from the FBI to kill Panther leaders Elmore Geronimo Pratt and apprentice Bunchy Carter. There's not much participation this evening, but it's okay. It is debate about whether us ever stood for United Slaves. This is not my debate. Karenga did meet with LA Police Chief Thomas Redding and Governor Ronald Reagan in supposedly an effort to help with the aftermath of the riots following Martin Luther King's assassination and to discuss the imprisonment of US members. Karenga met with Police Chief Redding and then with Reagan at Reagan's request, as reported by Scott Brown in Fighting for Us. Brown also documented the torture of two black women by Karenga, which I will detail later. Karenga was very displeased with Brown's Fighting for Us and had his colleague Molefi Asante write a very lofty and flattering biography of him entitled Karenga, an intellectual portrait. Among other errors, Asante claims that Karenga was mentor to Jacob Hudson Caruthers on matters related to the study of Kemet, ancient Egypt. The opposite is true. While Karenga was in jail for kidnap and torture of two black women, Caruthers was in Senegal meeting with Sheikh Anta Diop discussing the need to teach the history, literature, and culture of Kemet. You know, we have some people who are not fans of Kemet, but at least they will give respect, some level of respect to Sheikh Anta Diop. But here we are told that Diop discussed the need to teach the history, literature, and culture of Kemet. But anyway, that was for the record. Of course, Asante doesn't mention this fact. Asante gloats about Karenga being a founder of ASCAC, but it doesn't address the fact that Karenga's ego got him voted out of ASCAC in 1988. He was also removed from the Republic of New Africa in 1969. Members of the Black Radical Congress has long thought of him as an agent of the FBI. Asante did a biased, gloating, oftentimes very poor job on the facts about Karenga. Equally, Asante leaves out some other very critical history about Karenga, which I will address. Consider the following from the FBI's War on the Black Panther Party's Southern California chapter, but gives some credence, though not proof, to the theory held by Brown and Anthony is that why the more conservative theory holds that the FBI was using each group against the other, the repression faced by the BPP was much more severe than that faced by the US organization. The pattern of killings described above is a case in point. Another is that the FBI opened a conspiracy investigation for Panther Geronimo Pratt for a bank robbery that the FBI knew had been committed by US members. Another example of police favoritism towards us is the initial police response to the killings of Carter and Huggins, which was not to go after the US organization or any other suspects in the murder, but instead to deploy over 150 police officers to raid a Panther apartment and arrest 75 Panthers, including the remaining Panther leadership, on charges of intending to murder US members in retaliation. Later, the police arrested US's Steiner brothers, Larry and George. The Steiners were given life terms and sent to San Quentin, but adding to suspicions that US members were deliberately given light treatment, they walked away from a minimum security area on March 30, 1974. Later, Steiner turned himself in on February 5, 1994, while George Steiner remained a fugitive. Karenga met with Police Chief Redding and Governor Reagan at the time of forced imprisonment, agent infiltrations, and even assassinations of activists in California and America in general. Reagan called the home of Karenga for the meeting. Reagan would not call Karenga in 1968 unless the FBI had already sniffed him out, profiled him, and or put him on payroll. There's a brother who liked to leave payola as a comment, and I'm encouraging him to feel free to expound. This was at the height of COINTELPRO operations. Governors don't meet with so-called radicals at the height of COINTELPRO to have tea. Tea. Tea, coffee, butlering. The events of the time gives much credence to confessions by agent provocateurs and infiltrators Earl Anthony and Louis Stockwood, and among others such as Elaine Brown, that Karenga had an anti-Panther mission, was given guns, money, and drugs, and was an agent himself given a mission to destroy the Black Panther Party. The Kwanzaa cult and Jewish RBG candle lighting. Love me for why you keep bringing that brother's name. Oh, Big Road definitely listening, brother. And she put the emoji of a phone. If you wanted to speak, you have plenty of opportunity to speak. But now they will look for people to speak to now. That how did I nickname it? The other dude, the Christian apologist, will be known as the person who almost debated Jabari. It's a shame though. It would have been a come up for him. It would have been a good come up. Feel free to leave your comments. I will go through them as usual. Tu dormais? Oh là là. Mm, mm, mm. I am African spiritual and practice African rituals myself. A ritual is not cultist if it is authentically grown out of the tradition of a people. Cultist, cultist rituals are not the expressions of a people. Cultist rituals are non authentic expressions to bolster the personality worship of particular individuals or groups. While Kwanzaa events have helped raise some African consciousness due less to Karenga and more to local activists, many who are not associated with Karenga at all, the holiday can promote a superficial and even pseudo consciousness of African lifestyle. Kwanzaa has been used to promote the personality worship of Karenga. Holly West interviewed Karenga in 1978 for the Washington Post and wrote the following: I created Kwanzaa, laughed round Karenga like a teenager who's just divulged a deeply held, precious secret. People think it's African, but it's not. I wanted to give black people a holiday of their own, so I came up with Kwanzaa. I said it was African because, black people in this country wouldn't celebrate it if they knew it was American. Also, I put it around Christmas because I knew that's when a lot of bloods, meaning blacks, will be partying. Now, when I read that to someone who's a professional in tea and coffee making, he stated, well, this is not a full article. So I asked him, well, can you show us a full article? He said, yes. And he showed something else. Sometimes people, automatically will deny or reject some information, but they don't even have the data to refute it. Just like it was done when I presented something, quoting a German dictionary, and I don't know how long it's been now ever since I presented, but those people have yet to address that German dictionary. But it's okay. I don't want anybody to think that I'm losing sleep over it. But if somebody is aware of a full article, because saying, oh, but that's not the full article, it's implying that it is not in context, you know? So if anybody has the full article, I'm all ears. Please share it with us. I mean, this is the founder of Kwanzaa himself who's saying this is not African. The holiday is not authentically African, as Karenga said himself. The Jewish Hanukkah festival of lights begins on the 25th of the Jewish calendar in Kislev and lasts 8 days. It is roughly around Christmas on December 25th. A candle is burned each day with the servant or helper candle. This is strangely similar to the Kwanzaa lightning ceremony where the servant candle is replaced with the black candle. Instead of 8 candles and the one helper candle like the Jewish celebration, Kwanzaa uses 7 candles with the colors red, black, and green. Oh my goodness. It looks like you can take anything, you put red, black, and green, and that's it. It's African, it's Pan African. Big wrote, it's very good for you to bring this to the surface again. African people can only do better when we know better. Yes, if you know better, you will do better. If you know better, you will act better. The next generation will be able to throw it into the trash can of history. I call them Jewish RBG, red, black, and green, candles. For this very fact, to note an African surface painted over a Jewish ritual. Many elders who celebrate Kwanzaa do so without the Jewish RBG candles. These elders instead pour libations, a time honored and unquestioned African tradition of thousands of years. We must be very serious about the rituals we pass down to generations. We must be very careful with who we call leaders. I will discuss more on the questions around Karenga's leadership in the next section. The Kwanzaa lightning celebration, with 7 principles over 7 days, although performed out of sincerity by countless blacks, is a copy of the Jewish festival of lights of 8 days. Due to this very reason, it is more cultist than it is African. We learned as much from Karenga, laughing like a teenager in 1978. At the very minimum, this Jewish lighting ceremony should be eliminated to gain some respectability among the holiday's participants. Do we want some respectability, brothers and sisters? The stance of Mwaribu Wesley Kabaila, separating the message from the messenger, a middle ground or middle of nowhere. Mwaribu Wesley Kabaila has been a member of the US organization from 1967 to 1985. He was Karinga's bodyguard, a proponent of Kawaida since 1967, and a promoter of Kwanzaa virtually since the beginning. He was a vice chairman of the US organization and chairman of the Simba Changa from 79 to 85. Kabaila was Karenga's strong arm man and one of his most loyal students and dedicated followers. He is not as well known as Molana Karenga, Nonetheless, Kabbalah is truly a historic figure and played a major role in the development and promotion of the organization US. The philosophy of Qaeda and a widespread acceptance of the holiday. Furthermore, I am aware of no allegations against him such as those heinous crimes committed by Karenga. Additionally, he seems to be a man of character for reasons I will address in this section. He has raised concerns which should be addressed on the subject. Before addressing the matter, I'd like to further establish the historic significance of Maribu Kabaila. In my correspondence with him, he stated the following about some of the struggles he faced in the movement. I've sent for my FBI file and know they were following me and reporting. Also, after the after the Black Power conference in '68 in Philly, I and two other Simbas went to Newark to help in organizing the Committee for United Newark with the BCD, Black Committee Defense, which was based in Montclair and East Orange. During my stay there, I mostly stayed at Amiri Baraka Spirit House. During that period, the Italians in power in Newark had the Spirit House shut up. When Ra retaliated, the Italians never messed with us again. We protect we were protected by the guard. After 3 months, I returned to LA. The next day, my parents called me to say that the FBI had came to their house in NJ and asked about my involvement in us, saying we were for overthrow of the government. What really scared my parents was that the agents brought up my parents' involvement in the Paul Robeson movement back in 46-47. I hadn't even known that, as my parents never talked about it before. The FBI also went to my wife's job, harassed her, and tried to get her fired. Kabaila's voice must be part of the dialogue on Karenga and the US organization. As of yet, he is not cited as much as should be in the case. I'm sorry, he's not as, let me say that again. As of yet, he is not cited as much as should be the case. Besides a few lines in a book or two, I was not very aware of Kobaila or his contributions until he released a brief but historically crucial open letter admonishing Karenga on two key points and noting a lesson on leadership on a third. These are the key points in his open letter. 1. He states that Karenga should be honest about the fall of the US organization, not because members left him, but due to his imprisonment from criminal behavior with Deborah Jones and Gail Davis. 2. He admonishes Karenga to come forward, atone, and apologize for his treatment of women. Kabela also mentions Karenga locking up his first wife in a tiger cage and attempting to rape another woman. He admonishes Karenga to atone for these wrongs against black women. 3. Kabbalah urges that there are lessons on leadership from this critical history that must be passed on to future generations. Now, I'm going to look for something because what I just read reminded me of something very important. Do some of you know an individual called Dale Jones? Has transited years ago. I'm going to show you some statements that he made publicly regarding Karenga. Link is in the chat.
Available. as you can see on YouTube, Ranga, because that's right at the end of the video, 2 seconds long. All right, go.
We haven't brought closure to Karinga. We let him build a holiday. The same one who set up Black Panthers in ambushes at UCLA and other places. The same one who tortured his wife and another woman brutally, sticking bottles in their vagina, using electrical shocks. And the FBI saved him.
All right, you heard it.
The accusation is that Karenga inserted bottles in those women's vaginas. Now, if it wasn't Karenga, it was someone from his organization. And I read this article several times, but I forgot that part. Coming from his former bodyguard. And once again, here, number two, he admonishes Karenga to come forward, atone, and apologize for his treatment of women. Kabbalah also mentions Karenga locking up his first wife in a tiger cage and attempting to rape another woman. If a person attempts to rape a woman but he doesn't succeed, is he a rapist? The people who celebrate Kwanzaa will sweep that under the rug, and Pan Africans, as usual, will sweep that under the rug. I'm sorry, once again, they are good Pan Africans. I'm not throwing shot at anybody. The statements that I'm making about Pan Africans, I made them for years. So I really hope that nobody would think that I'm talking about someone in particular. I mean, if it depends if you listen to just a few seconds of my live stream or if you just, happen to hear me on a regular basis, but it's been years that I had this stance towards Pan Africans because when they are aware of people being rapists, for example, stealing is nothing. It's just a way of life for most of them. I mean, many of them. But people in leadership position, when they are aware, they're not saying anything at all. They're not saying anything at all. They're not doing anything at all. You know. Three, I don't know if I read the last sentence of part two. He admonishes Karenga to atone for these wrongs against black women. Three, Kabila urges that there are lessons on leadership from this critical history that must be passed on to future generations. I fully agree with Mwalimu Kabila on the three above points which he notes in his open letter. Karenga should atone for his wrongs and criminal behavior towards the sisters he has mistreated and especially those he has assaulted. He should apologize to the community and definitely to those he victimized. I also agree with Kabaila regarding the matter being a lesson of leadership for future generations. It takes courage for a person to speak out against someone whom they held in such high esteem. Kabaila was personally responsible for the safety of Karenga as his bodyguard for years and will have given his life to serve Karenga's. I applaud him for coming forward in the name of Ma'at, truth, to encourage Karenga to have a higher standard for his own behavior and disclose what happened. Of course, I disagree with Kubaila about the significance of Kwanzaa to African people. He argues that it has a role in our liberation struggle and points to the millions of people who celebrate the holiday. Millions of people. I argue it is a stepping stone and most, I'm sorry, I argue it is a stepping stone at most and must be altered to take out the Jewish influence or left entirely. My above section on the Kwanzaa rituals explains that reasoning in detail. Kabbalah stresses that Kwanzaa was a collective creation of the US organization and not just Karangas. I have no argument with that matter, but it will be very benefit. I'm sorry, but it will very well benefit the reputation of Kwanzaa if it was less associated with Kurenga and more associated with the US organization as a collective. Right now, it is not. On the other hand, Kabaila stops short of calling Kurenga a rat agent or rapist. As his bodyguard of 20 years, unless he personally witnessed certain things, I'm not surprised that Kabaila would not like to believe certain things happen. While he says, I concede he, Kurenga, is a liar, a I think it should be megalomaniac, but he says megalomaniac, a torturer, and a sexist who also has exhibited diabolical behavior. He does not say he was an agent or a rapist. In fact, he states unequivocally in his open letter that no one in the inner circle of the US organization were agents. Kabila is also of the opinion that Elaine Brown was not an agent in spite of the convincing letter of Geronimo Pratt laying out her actions as what he considers to be an agent. This is also in spite of her own damning autobiography, Taste of Power. This is another point where I part ways with Kabila. Yet I must say, I believe I understand his middle ground stance. I think because Kabila was an eyewitness to a lot of the hurt from that era, he is very cautious with identifying people as agents of CONTELPRO. Although the term itself seems to annoy him, he has acknowledged in my correspondence with him that he is convinced that agents did operate on the periphery of us, not the inner circle, and in the movement's other organizations. My take is that he feels we should be focused on the struggle ahead for our people instead of seeking out evidence of agent activity from the past. While this is an admirable middle ground stance, agents did exist in the US organization, the Black Panther Party, and every other organization worth any note in the 60s and 70s. That is why I agree with him on his major points in his open letter. Disclosure of wrongs done may begin healing some wounds that time has not. Agents need to disclose their activity as well, like Earl Anthony and Louis Tuckwood, who also disclosed information about Korenga. On Kabaila's third point regarding leadership lessons for future generations, equally, I'd argue can only be enhanced with knowing who worked as CONTELPRO agents and who did not. Although Kabaila was his personal bodyguard, Korenga had time for meeting with Tuckwood and other agents outside of Kabaila's presence. The FBI would have considered Kabaila a threat if he was uncompromising and couldn't offer them anything new that they could already get from Karenga, a much more valuable risk. History has shown that Kabaila was not an agent. Of course, G. Jaga was simply not around Karenga enough to establish that he was or wasn't an agent. Kabaila takes his admirable middle ground of reconciliation on these matters. While he admonishes Karenga to come forward for his wrongs, he also does not say that Karenga raped Davis and Jones, noting they didn't testify about rape then or say anything of it since. That, however, is not sufficient evidence that the crime did not happen. Kabaila does say that the women were held for 3 weeks and not 2 days, as is widely believed from court testimony. However, the court transcripts have miraculously disappeared. My argument has been that the women were raped and threatened or persuaded to only admit to torture and kidnap over 2 days instead of 3 weeks, which will result in a shorter sentence for Karenga. How could he get away with a short sentence for such heinous crimes? How could he not have rape charge brought against him and have what was 3 week hostage slash torture situation turned into 2 days? Karenga was found guilty on only 2 counts of felonious assault and 1 count of false imprisonment. That would not have happened if the testimony of 3 weeks kidnap and torture would have entered the court. How could he get away with that unless he was an agent supported by the FBI's COINTELPRO as reported by former agents? There are other questions. I'm sorry. There are other questions as well which point to Karenga being a protected FBI agent. For instance, Kabila's letters establishes even more so a pattern of sick and depraved behavior by Karenga. Anyone as sick as Karenga would have no problem with also being an agent against a movement in which he was supposedly a leader. Why would the court transcript come up missing? Why would the transcripts disappear like smoke into thin air? I smell a rat. They have been deleted from the pages of history, never to be seen again. How often do you hear of court documents coming up missing in which you have the graphic statements of victims? We do have the transcripts of the sentencing hearing, and they paint Karenga as a madman capable of anything. During his sentencing, a psychiatric report read that he was delusional, paranoid, and schizophrenic, experiencing hallucinations, and talked to his blanket and imaginary people in his cell. After serving time in prison from 71 to 75, Kuranga popped up again as the chairman of the Black Studies Department at, at California State University of Long Beach in 79. Was he a reformed criminal? Was he still an agent? Many believe that his position at California State University was a setup by the FBI for Kuranga to further manipulate the Black Power movement away from radicalism. Many believe that the promotion of Kwanzaa was for the same reason. On December 24, 71, after Kuranga was sent to prison, the New York Times ran an article on Kwanzaa but didn't mention Kuranga's background or that he was in prison while the ink was drying on the pages. Other articles will come out of the New York Times, and because of the newspaper's reputation, other papers will pick it up across the country. The New York Times has long been suspected of promoting government propaganda to the masses of the country. The 71 endorsement of Kwanzaa by the New York Times begs to differ with the idea of an initial grassroots spread of the holiday. Questions are raised, especially because Kurenga was in prison at the time and no mention was made of that fact. We have the confessions of former agents who state that Kurenga was an agent. Was he a man of horrible character? We have one of the most qualified people, his bodyguard of 20 years, to affirm that he was a man of horrible character and had many things for which to atone. Was the holiday a fraud? I say yes for all of the reasons cited above. It may be salvageable to have some respect for its die-hard participants if the Jewish influence is taken out. Was Karenga a rapist? I think all evidence points to that as I have cited. I will close with a quote from I will close with a quote of Brandon Stewart's article, The Story of Ron Karenga, Kwanzaa's founder, detailing some of the torture the woman endured. You be the judge. It is not the creation of Kwanzaa, however, that is Karenga's most controversial part of his history. In 71, Karenga was convicted of kidnapping and torturing two women from his US organization. He was sentenced to 1 to 10 years in prison. After obtaining the original Los Angeles articles from this time period, the case appears no less bizarre. During the trial, Deborah Jones described the brutal physical abuse inflicted on her and another 20-year-old woman, Gail Davis, by Ron Karenga and three of his followers because they were suspected of poisoning Karenga. Jones testified in graphic detail how she and Davis were whipped with an electrical cord and beaten with a karate baton after being ordered to remove their clothes. It's like the people who bend over and get spanked in the booty. They at least remove the bottom part of their clothing, the trousers. She further testified that a hot soldering iron was placed in Miss Davis's mouth and placed against Miss Davis's face, and that one of her own large toes was tightened in a vice. I mean, it's like the movie Casino with Al Pacino and Robert De Niro. According to the article, Kuranga head and founder of the US organization, and others also put detergent and running hoses in their mouths. That last bit was added by Karenga, who was upset because she, Jones, would not cry. The reason behind the abuse was apparently because Karenga feared that the two women had placed crystals in his food that would kill him. According to the damning testimony by his wife, Brenda Loan Karenga, she heard him tell the victims that he wanted them to reveal where they were hiding the poison. She further testified that she heard screams and yells coming from the garage where the defendants were holding Deborah Jones and Gail Davies, and noises which sounded like someone was being whipped. The Times reported that during the trial, that scars from the cuts on Jones's back were shown to members of the jury, and that Jones testified that Karenga finally let them go, but only after threatening to shoot them in the hands. Can you imagine if we had a transcript of the trial and pictures of the injuries in the back? It would be a bad look to see a woman with scars on the back. It would be reminding people of the time of slavery, where people would be whipped on their back. In a very bizarre testimony, Karenga attempted to defend himself by claiming that he last saw the woman leave his Inglewood, CA home to find other lodging, and that they appeared healthy looking when they left. You know, some people make the worst arguments. Maybe they got that from back in the days. Well, they look healthy to me. Furthermore, he testified that he did not know why his wife testified against him. I know why my wife's testifying against me. I mean, she heard screams, what sounded like women being whipped, and that his wife and children had not fled to Virginia to get away from him, but rather he had sent his wife and children away for rest and recuperation. If he had known there was any violence within us, such as the alleged beating of the two women, he would have stopped it, wrote the Times reporter, adding, the US organization was against violence. Okay, okay. They were against violence. But two Black Panther members were killed, and I think it was in broad daylight. Conclusion and considerations. I wish to state here that I don't condemn anyone for whatever celebrations or religions they practice which they feel are good for their families or themselves. However, I believe as African people, we desperately need to have more serious consideration of the culture and cultural values we transmit to our children. I can have a sensible disagreement with anyone on any number of topics. My argument, where I stand, is that people must be informed about their beliefs and practices. Often, when people are informed, they may change their minds. Some may not. My purpose is to educate and give people information to make insightful judgments and decisions. That should be a stance of the African conscious movement. Question everything and leave no stones unturned. We have to build a sound African worldview in the future and learn from the past. We will not do this with being so politically correct that we ignore ugly facts about our past and attempt to teach these inaccurate and sanitized versions of historical events. Molana Karenga has haunting ghosts that will not leave him and shouldn't leave him. He has committed some treacherous acts against his people, against women. He was an FBI CONTELPRO agent. He concocted a holiday that is not authentic and should have some critical analysis. He has done some research of value which is widely read and cited by many in the African centered movement. That is to his credit. However, for many, his past is inexcusable, especially without disclosure. To some, it may be, to others, not so. To attempt to hide that past and create a sanitized version of history because some believe we have a deficit of leadership is sadly wrong. It is equally wrong to avoid questioning the Jewish influence copied into Kwanzaa because it is awkward to acknowledge that we are copying a Jewish tradition. If people celebrate the holiday or not, that is individual choice. Our responsibility is to inform and educate, to raise consciousness, and not avoid the ugly past or be silenced by those who are afraid of the exposure of an unsanitized history. During that cold time of the year when others are breaking their bank accounts and lighting daily candles, I myself fast, pray, and meditate with the winter solstice as I do with the turn of each season. I'm not saying that my practice is the only practice. However, no one should feel less than African slash black because they choose not to celebrate Kwanzaa, especially with the documented information on Karenga. We celebrate traditions simply because of our geographical location, regardless of the cultural meaning to our people. That means we are not owners of our cultural worldview. We celebrate the European conquest, enslavement, and genocide of natives and Africans on the 4th of July, Thanksgiving Day, and Columbus Day. We celebrate ghosts of the dead in Halloween and send our children to the houses of strangers to get treats. But tell them the rest of the year don't talk to strangers. We celebrate our religious enslavement with Christmas. We get drunk during the European New Year. The New Year for the Romans, Celts, and other Europeans was around the winter solstice, dead of winter, or maybe death of winter, I meant, coldest time of the year, most lifeless time of the year in Kemet, ancient Egypt, and along the Nile into Kush, the New Year, Web Renepet, another time of fasting, prayer, and meditation for me was during the summer solstice with the rise of Sepet or Sepedet, which is Sirius, the height of summer, warmest time of the year, everything in full bloom. The African world offers a number of authentic and praiseworthy celebrations throughout the year from various countries, which we may consider. Zombie Day of Brazil on November 20 is a day to honor our revolutionary ancestor and his warrior comrades who set up maroon camps called quilombos. We will pronounce it quilombo in French. The movie might still be on YouTube. Look up for that movie. See, Quilomos. It talks about Zumbi dos Palmares. And I forgot, there's a Ganga, but I forgot the other name. I'm sorry about that. Um, I don't think it's Zanga, but anyway. So called Quilombo and fought slavery. Haiti's Revolutionary Independence Day on January 1st is a day to honor our revolutionary ancestors who defeated Napoleon and set up a free nation in Haiti in 1804. Nani Day in October honors the Queen Mother Maroon Obia priestess who successfully fought slavery in Jamaica and established Nani Town. Marcus Garvey Day, which should be global on August 17, honors the birth of one of the most inspirational Pan African leaders of the 19th century. Independence celebrations throughout Africa, which should remind us of the continued need to struggle against modern neocolonialism, should be honored. These are all some examples of authentic celebration we should be informed about as African people. I can even include African History Month in the mix. However, I think a deeper, more cultural and spiritual significance should be given to the occasion. Likewise, I think we must definitely honor our history and culture year round. The new Yam festivals of Ghana, Nigerian, Benin, or Benin, and other West African nations are authentic African spiritual and cultural celebrations that honored our ancestors and deities before the coming of foreign traditions. There are various authentic African annual festivals around the world. We have neither a shortage of leaders nor a shortage of authentic holidays. The spelling is just different. The second holiday is a Y instead of a I. Posted January 2nd, 2012. 10 years ago and only 5 comments. Allow me to get something to refresh myself. Then I will move to the comments. Let me go through the comments now. Big wrote, it's called cognitive dissonance. My good brother. Don't miss that point, Chuck. American newspaper, American newspapers never miss an opportunity to highlight black people's criminal background. See Dr. King. By omission, they have declared him an agent during his Kwanzaa introduction. Of James Powell, and Big also wrote, I feel like I'm listening to R. Kelly's mentor. Now, if anybody would decide to make a documentary entitled Surviving Karenga, and many people will be in awe, many people claim that this is a contemporary white supremacy activity, most likely. Now, I'm very surprised because I have warned the people a day in advance, like about what time was he gonna? It wasn't 24 hours in advance, but after I finished yesterday's live stream, I prepare this live stream here. Do you celebrate Kwanzaa? Normally, I don't inform people in advance, and for a strange reason, I don't have a single person who said that he or she celebrates Kwanzaa. Now, in France, some people used to celebrate Kwanzaa. They were not aware of this. Even the one person in France, actually, back in 2005, somewhere around that time period, between 2005 and 2018, I would say, but I think it was 2005, he wrote an article. And in essence, he was saying that Kwanzaa is plagiarized from Hanukkah. I don't think he mentioned or was aware of the torture issue, but I remember that. That's the first person I ever heard saying that. And I remember speaking to a sister who was originally from the Congo, but she's been living in America for a good 20 years in the South. When I brought that out to her, she went, "But yeah, who is he? Who is he?" Talking about the author of the article, stating that Kwanzaa was plagiarized by Hanukkah. That was her reaction. But who is he? Who's that guy? Who is he? Who is he? She was like agitated slash angry. Now in France, some people used to celebrate Kwanzaa. They were not aware, so I informed the people, and a lot of people are angry at me because they used to practice it for a while, and they're like, "Dang, I thought it was genuine. I had to look for something else." And others because they organized the events and they were making money. But I remember that I went to one of these events and they talked about Kwanzaa. They had a slide about Karenga, and when people go through from one slide to the next, then you can see. And the slide about Karenga was skipped. But if I wasn't there, I'm pretty sure they say, "Well, this is the founder." Blah 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 blah. Blah. But since I translated this article in French, not the entirety, but most of it, you know. And actually, I will share it because I know there are some French speakers. Yesterday, there were some French speakers. I mean, they speak both English and French. But I shared the article. A lot of people were like, "Dang, I didn't know that." Renga's article in French. Brothers and sisters, there's one thing you can do, and it is to share that article. I've shared it again. So you first have Karenga's article in French and the link that I've shared before I started reading. And here it says Karenga's article in English. So you can share this link to your relatives, friends, colleagues, whoever celebrates Kwanzaa. You can play your part and inform the people. If the topic of Kwanzaa comes up, you don't even need to talk for long. You can say, "Here it is." Now, if you suspect that they will not read the article, many people will not read such a long article. We have to keep it real. You can just copy and paste the part where it starts with Jewish RBG candles, and then you can include the link at the bottom, or you can include it at the top. So this is a link to the full article, and here's an excerpt about the Jewish tradition that you're celebrating, and it is painted black or painted African. So it's a shame that now all of a sudden nobody celebrates Kwanzaa. I mean, it's not the end of the world, I'm not going to chastise you. I know for a fact that many Pan Africans celebrate Kwanzaa. I mean, in France and the French speaking world, there are so many. And in America, since millions of people celebrate Kwanzaa, out of those millions, you have to, there has to be some Pan Africans, you know what I'm saying? But it's okay. So we can talk about anything else, just take advantage. I have a little bit of time. And if there's no participation, then I'll call it a day. But James Powell, I remember saying that, you think it is time that you get on the panel and speak with me, then, now is the opportunity if you feel like it. If you don't mind showing your face, otherwise, everybody, brothers and sisters, feel free to participate in the chat. For those who wonder, this is the link to get on the panel. Hey, how you doing? For some reason, I confused you with that brother James Powell. Probably because you are called Brother James. So for a good while, I thought, those two accounts were used. Nice bill yesterday, right? That's me for Bro Shaka. Are you sharing this information about Karenga to debate Reg? No, sister, I'm not even worried about Reggie. I'm not worried about Reg. I'm not worried about him at all. Yeah, yesterday, my sister, uh, with the brother James and brother Netanel, we happened to talk about Kwanzaa. And they both said that they don't celebrate it. And I said, well, but Africans celebrate it. And uh, one of the brothers, or both the brothers, told me that they don't really know Pan Africans celebrating Kwanzaa. So I said, well, you know what? Tomorrow I will make a live stream, and and I will ask, do people celebrate Kwanzaa? First, I said that I would entitle it like, do Pan Africans celebrate Kwanzaa? But then I decided to just make the title shorter, So, and then she added, most of us can see that the Kwanzaa was Jewish looking with the menorah. Well, the guy you mentioned, he doesn't see that because the founder of Kwanzaa is his homie, he's his friend. So he wasn't making excuses for the torture, for the Abrahamic celebration, plagiarize. But he's going to bang at people because they practice some Greek or Christian stuff. The double standard. It's nothing new under the sun. I honestly have never practiced Kwanzaa. But let's keep it real, brothers and sisters. Just put it in the chat. Do you know some people who celebrate Kwanzaa? Yes or no? Do you know some Pan Africans who celebrate Kwanzaa? Yes or no? Anytime the government allows you a holiday, it's not right. But Kwanzaa is not a holiday, is it? Like schools are not closed during Kwanzaa. Well, it's not even one day anyway. It's a few days. So it's not a national holiday. Brothers and sisters, don't you want to have a little bit of interaction and get on the platform? Conscious community people are the most timid. They want liberation. They want to bang on the beast. They want to fight white supremacy. But the majority won't show their face. But it's okay. Yeah, I'm aware they have stamps for Kwanzaa, yes. So, brothers and sisters, feel free to address any other topic about anything that I said yesterday, 2 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. 18 years ago when I started my website. So good. I'm gonna say, oh no, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. Like some other people. No problem, sisters. Not just for you, but anybody. Uh, Pan African Designs Road. I don't know anyone that celebrates Kwanzaa personally besides those confused about its origin. Well, I don't really like Wikipedia like that. I don't think they would give figures on Britannica. So they don't give any figures. Britannica. Okay, they are giving figures on Wikipedia for whatever that's worth. Oh, we have James. He says device is not connected. You might try to, yeah, but I guess you're all used to it when it does that. You should try to get out and come back. Oh, at the Christian church they celebrate Kwanzaa, and I know because my mom's church does a big thing every year. Hotel saying, how are you?
Hotel family, what's going on?
Oh, that's good. I looked again
What's
at
going on? Oh, I'm trying to mute this.
mute. You mean I mean? Oh,
Okay, okay, I got it muted.
yeah. Uh, um, I, I I looked at yesterday's live stream. At first, it was a bit heated, but then later on, brother said, "Oh, you're that brother. Oh, what's up, brother? What's up?" And I like sometimes some small misunderstanding can kind of get out of hands. Oh, that's brother James. I thought it was both you. Okay. Hey, brother James, how you doing?
Doing good, Shaka. How about you?
I'm chilling. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, I'm out in the yard, doing a little yard work, but I'm always listening. I got my headphones on, and I heard you kind of talking about James Powell. I know it's a lot of James is out here in YouTube land, and uh, I know Pan American James. I believe he's out of Texas. It's a few more Jameses out here, and
Hmm.
I said I was coming in just to talk with you because I saw the ordeal that you and Reggie were going through. And I made some comments on, I believe it was at least one of your programs. And we talked a little bit, but I did say I was going to come on live. This is just me. I'm up here in the panhandle of Florida and out here in the country. And out in the yard, I do a lot of yard work and got a lot of acreage out here, as a matter of fact, to keep up. And something said since you were talking about I was coming on, oh, I should come on. I said, well, might as well because I did say I was coming. So he's just gonna have to accept me the way I am, and I
Yeah.
guess the rest of YouTube land also.
Hmm. Yeah. Thanks for calling. I appreciate that. Feel free to speak, brother.
Yeah, well, I think you were talking about, is this Hanukkah?
Well, maybe I'm not pronouncing it correctly. I don't know if I should pronounce it Hanukkah or Hanukkah, but
Mhm.
Hanukkah, apparently that's how you pronounce it in America, the Jewish holiday.
Yeah, uh, I've heard it talked about when I was really in my ignorant days. Christmas, we celebrated Christmas, and that was just the thing to celebrate because that's all we knew, and that's what they gave us in a sense to celebrate, and it was just another holiday like Easter, and all the rest of them. But I heard about Hanukkah, and since I was celebrating Christmas, I just never grabbed onto it. They talked about it. It was supposed to be, uh, I think it was supposed to be a black holiday, a black Christmas, or the Christmas that black people celebrated.
Kwanzaa.
I didn't know Kwanzaa, yeah. I didn't know the details of it, and uh, what it was really all about. But I never got into it. I just left it as it was, and eventually gave Christmas up also.
See, and see, that's what I'm trying to get you to understand, Shaka. When it first came out, we was like, okay, that's cool. We really didn't understand it. But see, people like our age, we know that that's something that's a modern construct. So we're not going to respect something that was created in our lifetime like that. It has to be something that was the reason why we respected Christmas, because it predates us, and we didn't have any other information prior to. But now with the internet age, you have to understand that a lot of people have examined that information as well as looking at the similarities with those candles is really what got me over, from the very beginning before I got a chance to even look at any information on it. I'm like, that looks like a ripoff of what these Jewish guys have. And I didn't know much about them at the time. So once we got the information during the internet age, it's automatically out of there. You know what I'm saying? Now we have some people that don't know, and they may still celebrate it. And for the most part, you can say that Pan-Africans celebrate it because we're the ones that recognize the red, black, and the green. But that is just the confusion, another detour, another distraction, or another something that's taking us off of course of what we really should be looking for, which is our source history, which is where we're on right now, right? So that's why I'm just trying to just simplify for everybody so you can understand where we're coming from a historical standpoint. This is a modern construct that we had to deal with.
But I can say for sure that Pan Africans celebrated, and when I say Pan Africans, of course, I don't mean all Pan Africans,
Right.
because Molefe Asante, he founded an organization, a lady who is from France, or more precisely from the Caribbeans or West Indies. And she's a PhD in linguistics, if I'm not mistaken. She has taught in Temple University, and she wrote a book about Kwanzaa. And so she's been celebrating it. And Pan Africans in France are celebrating it as well, and also Pan Africans in Africa are celebrating it. So, but indeed on Wikipedia, there's a part where they say that the popularity has declined, and I'm talking about Kwanzaa, and they say the national retail. Okay, um, brother James. Okay, it's okay. It's good now. The National Retail Federation has sponsored a marketing survey on winter holidays since 2004, and in 2015 found that 1.9% of those polled plan to celebrate Kwanzaa. About 6 million people in the United States. So it has declined, but they estimate that it's about 6 million people in the US that celebrate Kwanzaa.
Right, I
But feel
probably
free.
say that's over exaggerated, but we can. I mean,
Maybe it's possible.
you got to pull out,
Yeah,
the
it's,
data
it's,
that
it's,
you
it's
have.
possible. It's
But
possible.
trust me, I think we're 40 plus million here. If 6 million people are celebrating that, I'd like to know where.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I don't never
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
You see it on Facebook where
But
people
but
will
but
share the the calendars, and
yeah.
they'll do the principles and all of that.
But it's
But
something done indoors. You have to know the organizations and the venues where they celebrate it. But
right,
it's possible that this figure is exaggerated. And tell
right.
me about the Pan African James, and also about the James Powell. How do you guys feel about the debate? I don't know if you've seen that video on Saneta's channel, where Jabari basically stated that he's not going to go ahead with the debate because of all the slander and disrespect. I mean, that's if you have any input. You don't have to. If you don't have any input, but if you do have any
I
input.
let the brother go first.
Mm.
Thanks, Pan African. I want to give the best possible answer that I could give. Feel like, I
Take your
feel
time.
like okay. I feel like Garfield was getting a lot of help. I know Reggie said in the beginning, everybody thought and knew that he was helping Garfield, to get ready to battle Jabari. But it was just kind of crazy to me, with Reggie, being brought up around Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, all old heads. And even Dr. Clark came out of the church once he realized what it was all about, and how it was meant to control and just misdirect us and our people. He came out of it and started focusing on our true identity and where we came from. And Reggie coming up around them, I really don't mean to make the brother feel bad, but I'm just like you and Pan American. I was brought up to tell the truth, as much truth as I really knew, but to be straight up and for real. And I felt like Reggie, being brought up around them and being showed the right way, it really seemed awkward for him to go with Garfield. I don't know exactly what the option of the debate was, but to me it was to make Kemet look bad, or to make Africa and what it was all about, just look bad. That's just my understanding of it. I could be off and could be wrong in some of the areas, but that's what I think. I think it was wrong for Reggie to do that. And I've been listening to a little bit of everybody. Smash, uh, Garfield. I used to check Sonetta out, but kind of been backing off of him. And I don't want to throw no dirt on him, but y'all been kind of working on the for real stuff, and it seems like it's no biases in there, and everybody get a chance to just tell it like it is, wrong or right. And it seems like Reggie's changing. I've heard you kind of speak on it, and me looking back at the time when Reggie used to be on Sonetta a lot. Like I said, I don't really watch that Sonetta right now, but he just changed, man. He was a little bit different on Sonetta, but I think Sonetta really had the control on him, and you were pretty much right about Garfield too. And it's some more that I noticed, in which I'm not going to really bring them up right now, but
Feel
I
free.
think a
We have
lot
the
of them
time.
need, huh?
Feel
What'd you
free.
say?
We have all the time. So feel free. Yeah, I don't mind.
I know you don't,
But
Shaka, but
but this is a global observation, brother. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And you're not off on your observation. Let me just say that. Because
right.
everything you said, I'm in Texas, you in Florida, and this brother here is in France, I'm assuming. Were you in
Right.
Paris? Are you in Paris?
I'm
Oh,
in the Paris outskirts. I'm not
okay,
inside
like you
Paris.
like in the
Like
suburbs, what we call
yeah,
the
if
suburbs,
if you will,
like
so
right on the
like
outskirts of the city.
20 minutes train from Paris. So
Okay, so this brother's Wayne in Paris, France, and we all have the same observation of the same people that we're talking about. So we're not crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's
Right.
when we have what we call a consensus here. That this is what's actually going on. So we not all three crazy. You see what I'm saying? But it's very disturbing, and I don't think that Reggie even understands how disturbing his behavior has become to the community. Because we're all connected at this particular point, and we leaning on each other, to try to solve this situation that we're in. when you see a soldier or a warrior seemingly join the opposition in the fight, you know, that's disheartening. You know what I'm saying? Even though we're just talking scholastically, you know, that's what it seemingly has happened. He's like a Trojan horse. He's almost like, I mean, it's traitorous what he's done, you know, from his history. This is his own history that he's laying on the line here. And he doesn't understand that this history is going to be forever. Even though he ties himself to Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben, when the later analysis will be that you are a traitor of Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben, because what they teach is polar opposite of what you're talking about today. You were in line at first, but now you're no longer in line. And I want to know how that happened. You know, it's almost like somebody is somebody paying you off? Like, you know, that's the type of thoughts that go through your head. Like, how could something like this happen? You know, it's so mysterious to you. You start wondering if you being paid. Like, what's going on here? How can someone that's supposed to be historically knowledgeable start to do things totally against what the information that he has? For what gain? What are you gaining? But I stop right there.
Yeah, that you pretty much own it, James. Pan-African. You really wonder what is it? You know, what made and to be honest with you, when you look at the you want to call it like Netanyahu said, he calls it the YouTube. Say he don't mess around with the YouTube crew, but you kind of wonder why. You know, what in the world did he why did he do it? That's what I'm thinking about too. You know, I know it's YouTube. He might be trying to, you know, other people think similar to what he's thinking about. You know, you got the Hebrews, they're thinking about Christianity to a certain degree, and I've heard it said they don't even know if I know none of it's really real. And you know, my grandma used to have me going to church every Sunday when I was a kid, but they say the Hebrews are not even real. You know, they were just made up. But you know, I don't know. I'm just thinking about a lot of stuff right now, and it's just crazy. But I don't really believe in none of it. But I know our African people are for real because the continent's there, and to be honest with you, those walls are there, those pyramids are there, in which they want to say black people didn't have nothing to do with the pyramids. But when you look at the walls and the pillars, and just see the pictures that were carved on them, I can see people that look like could have been my uncle or my daddy or somebody, man. You know, they got the big old lips and the big noses like me, and you know, and then they want to say, nah, it didn't belong to y'all. You know, it was other people did this. But if it was other people that did it, why in the world are we standing out on all this stuff and you know, showing that at least we were there in some kind of way, and from the way you looking at all that fine stuff that they had on, they wasn't no slaves and they wasn't doing too bad. Why in the world would you carve a slave and put them on something as elegant as those pillars and those buildings and the walls and stuff? You know, I just wanted to really focus on our people, and it was said, I know it's been a long time back, but it was said that, you know, Africa led the world at one time, and you know, you looking back at Greece and you're looking back at Rome, in which they were great in their own ways, but to some degree and some reason they were attracted to Kemet, or if you want to call it that, or Egypt for some reason. Why in the world would you be attracted to something that wasn't about nothing and just was you know, just another place on this earth? You know, when I heard that they pretty much ruled this world at one time, our people, you know, I got interested, man, and I'm still interested in you know, all the stuff that's going on to keep a lot of our people misdirected and misguided. And the one that you want to call them scholars or teachers or whatever, you know, I'm really you know, the stuff that I'm absorbing and I'm picking up, you know, it stays put because that's the way we had to be coming up. You know, we didn't have a lot of schooling was there, but you had to hold on to what you learned and what you picked up, and be repetitious about it, and then get good at it. And I'm holding on to this stuff that I feel like, the part that you got to weigh it, that the part that you feel is good and worthwhile and true. And I just want to see our so-called scholars, like I was saying, and teachers. I mean, get on the ball, man, and teach us right. I'm old school. You can see all these white hairs under my chin, and which uncle a little younger than me, Smash, all of them. They're younger, but they got time on them. Even my eye, you know, I know he's still a youngster under me, but he's got time on him. He's no baby. Y'all need to get on the good foot, man, as James Brown used to say, and do this thing right, because we got youngsters and kids coming up. Some of them not even born yet. That's going to need to know. And Dr. Clark kind of put it right, as I can kind of remember now, when he said that you got to know your past, where you come from. You got to know all of that to know where you're going and to be confident about you. And all they want to tell us is that, hey, y'all history is you came out of slavery and you were slaves for our ancestors. We want to be all proud about saying, hey, black people built this country. But I wanted to hear more, and I believe that, especially after I heard Dr. Clark say, he knew the church wasn't what it was all about, and he put the church down and started looking further into us. And I took his lead, man, and start doing similar things and grabbing on to stuff that was concrete and worthwhile to help me get to the bottom of it. And like you said, James, our trek is going to take us back past a lot of stuff. It's going to go so far back that we're going to go past stuff that, that seems concrete. But it's some stuff beyond it that is even greater and better than that. So I'm willing to go as far as my mind is able to comprehend and absorb. But I know we're more than slaves. Of course, man, that's white and black and all the other colors have enslaved. Man has enslaved each other, and ain't no way that I believe that's right. But as we know, the strong survives, as they say, and just like the U.S. today has got all the muscle. There's other countries out there similar, but that's what happened back in the day, and they finally overtook our people in Africa, and I think that's how we became in the forefront with this slavery stuff. And I just don't agree with it. I don't like it, and I know we're better than that. And like I said, our teachers can be better, and I hope they will start working on it more. I know I've heard of SAR, and I heard Mayat talk about a SAR a lot, and I know he's made some mistakes, and all you got to do is say, I made a mistake, and I'm willing to straighten up and get better, and just go on from there. But you got to be willing to say you made that mistake and get your ego and your pride and all that kind of stuff out the way to be able to go on and get farther on down the road. And Asar can get his stuff better, because I see a lot of intelligence to him, even if it's in just conversation. But I know it's more than just conversation, and we need all our brothers and sisters that can get out there and grind it out and dig it up, and like I said, let the babies know that hadn't got here yet what they're all about, so they can hold their heads up and just be proud and walk along with all the rest of those nationalities out there, and know that you're something. I know a lot of us are doing it now already, but a lot of us are confused and don't know. So those are ones that need to work. But like I said, the teachers and scholars need to be on point so that they can get the youngsters on track and get them to walk in with the rest of us that know as much as we know. And they're gonna have to carry it further. So, our old behinds is gonna fade out in a minute, and You got to give it to the youngsters right so that they can keep going, man, and carrying it on. I guess I'll, like Reggie say, I'll I'll stop. I'll stop right there.
And I agree with you. Some people we carry the torch. We have to pass on the torch to the younger generation. And yes, I agree also about conversation, because people say demonstration beats conversation. Some people sound good, but their information is not necessarily accurate just because they sound good. And it's just many mistakes, and it's been over years. And this plagiarism is not a mistake. So I mean, people can do what they want. It's all good. And just two details. Um, to my knowledge, there's no depiction in the pyramids, at least the pyramid of the Giza Plateau, the three large pyramids. But on the tombs, in the Valley of the Kings, Valley of the Queens, yes, we have depictions, paintings on the wall, and different iconography. Uh, so the other thing was the Hebrews. You mentioned like the Hebrews, and some people say it was made up. And I've been asking for years, and I'm asking again, if we have some people, whether they are Hebrew Israelites or Jewish or not, if you are aware of any mention of the Hebrews historically, then feel free to share it with us and tell us the date, because people would think that we have mentions of them and records for Hebrews in ancient time. So if you have mentions of Hebrews like 1500 BC, 1400 BC, 1300 BC, 1200 BC, 1000 BC, feel free to share it with us. Just tell us the oldest mention of Hebrews that you know of. And yeah.
Yeah, let me ask. So for the record, as you would say, what is the oldest dating do they have, or does anyone have of them in any type of documented with any type of documentation? What is the oldest text that they have meant with the mention of Hebrews?
To my knowledge, that will be the Septuagint, the Greek Old Testament, and the Codex Vaticanus or something like that. So that will be around 300.
AD.
Yes. Um,
But see, you know what,
Hold on.
brother Shaka, this is what
Next.
and this is what's going on here, right? Europeans have put a history together that we have to decipher or unravel and put the pieces of the puzzle back together from an African point of view. That's what's going on.
I'm sorry, brother, to interrupt you, but it's BC, not AD. Uh,
Oh, so you're
so
saying 300 BC?
300 BC, yes. So maybe it will go around 400 BC, but to my knowledge, I don't know at all. That will be the oldest mention of Hebrews. But if anybody has any older ones, then they can share with us. But please continue, brother James.
Yeah, so basically they put this thing together from their own perspective. Then Africans come into history, analyze the text and analyze everything that's on the table. And then we should have the right, or I think that what I think our people are missing is that we have the right to analyze the same text that they had, which is what Dr. Clark said we had to do anyway, is to go through all their texts to understand what happened to us, which is what they did. And then we have the right to subsuppose to say what made sense to us, because they're lying about a lot of stuff in history. You see what I'm saying? So now that we got the same text that they have, we can subsuppose what we think happened. And people don't think that we can do that. They don't think that we Africans have the right to do that. That's what I think I'm getting out of a lot of people's sentiments. You know what I'm saying? So if they date us to 3200 BC, we just supposed to accept that. You see what I'm saying? If they say we start out, but see, then like I watched Rickety Almond, and she said everybody dates their stuff back to 10, 15,000 years. The Chinese do it, everybody
Yeah,
do it, but when the African does it, then
yeah,
it's a problem.
yeah. The furthest possible. That's how they do it. But I mean, we have some people. I think his name is Robert Bova. and he's a European,
Right. I'm aware of
uh,
him.
and I think he has one book called Black Genesis,
Hmm.
and there's some documentary where he appears. So I don't know if that's one of his books, but some people argue that maybe the Sphinx might be up to like 10,000 year old because there's traces of erosion around the base, which leads them to think that there was water back then. So any time period when there was water, that would be very, very more remote than the date that we think.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Now that's another scientist, whatever he dealt that dealt with the rocks that was around the Sphinx. What Robert Bouval did was he used the star system
Yes, the
to
stars, and
he
according to the
used the star
position of
system
the
and
stars, he
clocked it
figured.
back to
Yes,
where Leo would align with that
yes,
structure, and he
yes,
took it back to 12,000 years.
yes,
Also, they used the shafts off in those pyramids and reconstructed when would they would have been aligned, and they took it back to so many years. So
yes.
that's what they were doing. That was another thing that's in contention with what with the Egyptologists was saying, which was
Hmm.
dating it, in the 2000s. But that's what the contention is now. So what I'm saying is these people are fighting and arguing because they don't know.
Mm.
You see what
But
I'm saying?
even those days that we have now, it's fine. It's fine. We have so much writings, so much text to go through, so it's fine. But it's something to take into account. It is definitely something to take into account. Now, I cannot tell the name of the documentary, but I'm pretty sure it might be on YouTube. And indeed, they use some computer software and figure out, uh, when you look at the alignment of the pyramids with some celestial bodies, then at the time period it must have been so long ago. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, with the astrology, with the science, people are very deep and thorough, and we can see that when they send objects into space, all the calculations necessary, and I mean they're really deep with it, so this is something that we can take into account.
Right. Like what Garfield was saying that what did he say? Well, I could agree that the zodiac and all that doesn't have anything to do with it, but I think that the base of that type of information, even though they went and did what they wanted to with it, they took that from the earlier information of those people mapping system of the stars.
Hmm.
That's what I would say.
Hmm. I mean,
Whether
I,
they used it for the zodiac or whatever they used it
mm,
for, it's irrelevant.
mm,
The people who had the concept of mapping the stars
mhm,
predate whatever the hell he's talking about.
mm. I mean,
If you just want to simplify it, you know what I
it,
mean?
it is safe. It is safe to believe that the ancient Egyptians had knowledge of the stars prior to the Dendera zodiac, and I didn't hear all his argument because back then I used to scroll through his videos, but
Mm,
uh now it's something else. I mean, sometimes I might look, I mean, I used to check to see what they're gonna say, but at this point, um when I heard Heru is Greek, I was like, that's pseudo, what's going on? But then that part where he was like, you know um bigging up GFX,
right. They out of
and then
control.
saying that I lied on Diop, and I put up what Diop said about the Bennett in those states.
So Shaka,
Yeah,
can you
go
hear me?
ahead, brother.
Yeah,
You
we
you
can hear
don't hear
you.
me, but we can hear you though. But you don't hear us. Do you? Can you hear me? Where?
When his phone rung,
Yeah,
it may have messed him up because he
yeah,
had a phone call.
yeah.
So
Probably.
he might
It's
have to
like,
come out and come back in.
yeah, it's like what's the name? WhatsApp. Where when you're on WhatsApp and you receive a phone call, it cuts the WhatsApp conversation immediately. But yeah, when he said, oh, he lied saying that Diop wanted to do the melanin test, and I showed from the general history of Africa for them too. And at this point, I'm like, I don't even think like it's worth addressing anything that he's saying. But what I heard is that he played a video from some guy. I don't know who the guy is, and the guy argued that the Dendera zodiac is a copy from some other civilization. So I'm like, yeah, okay, it's all good, but I don't know who the guy is. So I'm not paying any much attention. And he's been trying to say that several things that we believe come from Kemet ultimately come from other societies. And I mean, it,
Well, see, this is what I'm saying. This is
I'm
a
not tripping on
waste.
that. I'm not tripping
Shock,
on that.
brother Shaka, this is a waste of time, right? Because even if you want to say, okay, immaculate, what is it supposed to be about the Mary thing? An immaculate conception or something? Or what are they saying? A virgin birth, right?
He's getting that from.
Just listen to everything he's saying, right?
Mm,
Okay, so he's talking about a virgin birth, immaculate conception, or something like that. Hold on.
mm. Can you hear
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
us now,
I just
Brother
got a
James? Oh,
yeah. I can hear you now. I got a phone call and it
yeah,
just
we could
messed up
hear.
everything, but I'm back.
We could hear the phone vibrating. I mean, we could hear the sound of the phone. Yes, and but yeah, uh,
I
but
guess I need.
go ahead, brother.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes, we
we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Feel free, brother. Feel free to speak. Oh,
It's
it's
kind of
frozen right now.
it's
Maybe it's
freezing
gonna.
up.
Yes, maybe it's gonna unfreeze. Let's see. I don't know if you can hear us, but your screen is frozen. Oh, there it is. Now we can see. Now the screen is okay. Yes. Feel free, brother James Powell, Elder.
Okay.
Can,
Like
can,
I said, I'm out. I'm okay. I'm out here. Can you hear me now?
yes, we can
Yeah, we
hear you
can
loud
hear
and
you.
clear, brother.
Hello.
Yes, we
Yeah,
can
we
hear,
hear
brother.
you.
Okay.
Can you
I'm
hear
out
us?
here. Yeah, I can hear y'all. I'm kind of moving around. I better get me a stationary spot. But I'm like I said, I'm out here in the countryside, and sometimes that signal might not get a real good grip on the signal, but I got a good spot right here, so I'm gonna just stay right here. But
All right.
I really don't know what y'all was talking about because that phone call kind of messed me up. So you kind of have to bring me up to speed.
But in summary, we're talking about people who argue that the Sphinx, the one that's on my profile, background picture, might be way older than we thought. Uh, some people even bring up dates like up to 10,000 BC, and the reason why is because there are traces of erosion, basically water. So if there was water back then, enough water to cause erosion, it means that it wasn't just like the rain. It rarely rains in Egypt anyway. It means that there was water constantly. So that would mean that it's way before the desertification of the area. And the other argument, and Pan African James mentioned it, is that they have computerized mapping of the sky. So when they look at the alignment of the pyramids and other bodies with the celestial bodies, they figured that okay, at that time period where the stars were aligned that way, it was like up to 10,000 or 12,000 BC. So some people argue these kind of dates. And just now we talked about the Dendera zodiac because the guy who almost debated Jabari, he played a video from someone, I don't know who the person is, and that person argues that the Dendera zodiac, which is now in the Louvre Museum, but it comes from the Dendera temple, and which, by the way, Smash Rockwell has shown that the temple is ancient, but then you have one part, you know, uh, it, I forgot which was the name of that part. That part is like from the Greco-Roman or late period, but the whole thing is very ancient. So in the video, one guy argues or claims that he believes that the Dendera zodiac is a copy of some I don't know if it's Sumerian or whatever zodiac. So I'm like, well, okay, right, whatever. And then lastly, I think we're touching on yes, but the Pan African James talked about the Virgin Immaculate story and stuff like that. But I was about to tell him that it's obvious that the guy who almost debated Jabari is going through all those Christian apologists website and they have many articles where they attempt to debunk any claims to show parallel between the writings from Kemet and the biblical writings. So they will give their arguments. For example, they might say, "Oh, Horus is not the same as Jesus because Jesus,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know."
right. It does not make any sense to even have the conversation at this point with all that we know about the similarities of what and the chronology, coming from one way to the other. Like these people wasn't writing at one point. They come into contact with them. Next thing you know, they got a writing system. Come on. You see what I'm saying? Like we could just
Yeah.
simplify this thing to that. Like you didn't even know how to write a story until you seen us. We showed you how to write a story, then you wrote your own story. That's cool. But don't sit up and say that you didn't come down there and learn the concept of writing from us. You see what I'm saying?
It's
That's what
it's
Yeah.
that's what the stolen part is when they lie and say that they didn't get that from there. That proves theft right there. But I want to go back to that Sphinx that you have. So he says that the constellations, like they had no concept of a constellation being Leo. Well, if they had this Sphinx aligned to the constellation of Leo, then they knew it was a constellation of Leo, didn't they?
well, I don't know if it was argued that they didn't have any concept of constellation of Leo, but I remember hearing the guy because I think it was right from the beginning of the guy of the live stream that he played someone's video, probably on YouTube, and that person argues that the Dendera zodiac is a copy from some other culture, like more ancient
Right,
culture.
right.
So maybe along the conversation they talked about, but I can't watch
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah. Okay, I
fool.
got
You
you.
know,
Yeah,
I'm like, you know,
yeah, like I
if,
said, but when you just really just if you were using logical thought to even just think about everything that's said, you just say, man, we could just discard this with certain simple um pieces of documentation or just thinking. Like if they aligned that monument, which is at that time was probably the largest statue in the world. If they aligned that to the constellation of Leo, they knew about the constellation of Leo before they even drew that shit on the wall. Excuse my language. You know what I'm saying? So why would we even be arguing if they knew about the constellation and they got something that's possibly 10,000 years um in a megalithic form like that? And when you look at how the shafts align to certain star constellations, they knew about the constellations and the stars. And another thing I want to ask you about, Shaka. Okay, when on the 23rd of December, when the stars stop, when the sun stops moving, what were Egyptians looking at when they seen that? Did they
uh,
celebrate that in any kind of way? Like, what's up with that?
I don't really know. There is and Jabari talked about this, and other people as well. But the most recent person I heard mentioning that, I think it was Jabari. There's one temple. I don't know if it's a Luxor temple, but there's that time of the year where the sun, will be kind of aligned with the I don't want to say the gateway, but it's like it's better for people to actually see. So, but that would be like summer. I think that would be. I mean, I don't like to say
Okay,
inaccurate
okay,
stuff,
okay. But
but
what I'm
there's a
what I'm
time of the
saying.
year, yes, where they build the temple so the sun will be like like appearing
Right,
within
right,
this
right,
this space. So I'm not really familiar about what they will be celebrating, you know. But I'm always interested in the text. If somebody says there's a celebration or anything at all, it means there's a text somewhere, you know. So the
right.
text
Because
might be from Kemet, or it might be from some other people who visited Kemet and talked about what they saw or what they heard. But go ahead, brother.
yeah, because at one point in time they were saying something in the correlation of the sun stopped. The Egyptians noticed that the sun stopped moving, and then on the third day they moved 1 degree north or something like that. So I
Well,
wonder
they
where
probably
do they get
noticed
that from?
they probably noticed that the days become shorter, and then from I think, is it from December
First,
21st,
December
it's
twenty
like
first.
kind of becoming equal, or
Uh
then
huh.
December 24th or the December 25th, that's when you once again have more daylight or daytime than nighttime. So I don't have any text to mention, but with all the technology to build the pyramids, will be like 2200, 2400 to 2200 BC. I think it's 2400 BC. So it is safe to to think that they have noticed, that
Right.
at some point, it's longer than other time. And later on, many people heard about the Saturnalia. So it's a celebration that they had during the time periods, like, to celebrate like the rebirth of the sun, or the fact that like the sun was born again, like there's more light, and
You know
I
who would
mean,
be good for this? Brother
mm,
Asar. He's good with understanding what they were thinking about as far as the celestial.
he's dealing with the astrology, and maybe there's a difference between astrology and astronomy. I think astronomy might be the planets, and
Right.
astrology might be the stars, but he's dealing with that a lot. So me personally, what I've started doing is showing parallels between some uh Kemetic text or ancient Egyptian text and text of the Bible. So I have three entries thus far, and I'm planning on having some more. I would spend more time doing that because I had to. I felt like I had to respond to some things that were said, but at this point, I'm like, I don't even feel like responding whatever is being said because I think I made my point. And when people say, okay, they are not Kemetic, I'm like, okay, at least they're not Kemetic, so they're dealing with some other stuff. But when I consider certain people Kemetic, to hear and see them, I mean, the stuff they would say, the stuff they would do, I'm like, it's a bit inconsistent. But once again, now that they're stated for the record, okay, I'm not Kemetic. I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm saying? Not everybody has to be Kemetic. It's a matter of choice,
Hey, I
So
want to jump in right here.
yeah, feel free, brother.
Okay, I want to jump in and just say uh, something about you, Shaka, that I noticed, and I'm quite sure everybody else noticed it too. The way that they kind of bounce off of you. That's a good way to put it. Almost kind of shy away. Want to keep you quiet to a certain degree, especially after you told me about, well, not just me, all of us. I'm listening to you how maybe they had you in the back, you know, waiting for 40 minutes before you can make a comment, putting you off certain people's stages where they have their show, putting you off 2 and 3 times. I heard that said. That tells me something about an individual, and that'll make me take notice of them anyway and examine them to see what is it about them that they don't want to be bothered with. There's some stuff went on last night on Smash Show, and it's a dude called Waza. I'm quite sure they know him better than me, but Waza, he's kind of a comical fella, and but he got some smarts to him, but he don't know when to make his comment and then step back and wait, and just listen some for a while. He wants to get in there and I mean just rough and tough it out and don't want to listen to somebody else. And that I'm not saying you that way now, but I was just looking at Waza last night, and they had to put him in the back, or just put him off the show or whatever, because he just kept jumping in there too much, and people would be trying to talk, and he just interject and walk all on people, and just get in the conversation, and maybe even be talking about something else instead of what the subject was. But back to you, Shaka. Uh, you're similar to Waza to a certain degree, and I think we all have to have some aggressiveness to us. We have to be aggressive when the time is right. Don't get me wrong, but it's time. At certain times, we have to be humble, and we have to stand back and listen. And like I do, and I've always been that way. When you see somebody quiet, this is something I learned over the years. When you see them quiet, they either just out the loop completely, or they are a type of individual trying to see what's going on. And that's how I am. I do, and I can speak when the time is right, especially when I feel like it's necessary. And especially at my time and age now, I'm more the type to keep you in line, or maybe keep you directed right. And I think that's the elder's job. Of course, the elders should have more intelligent and just more knowledge on things than the youngsters coming up, because I used to have them tell me back in the day, man, where you going already? And I'm been there. I used to think about that until I figured it out. And these elders, they've been through stuff that you're getting ready to go through. And I don't know about all of the knowledge that you got, Shaka, but you ain't just talking to talk. You talking something that makes sense if it's talking about a subject or an individual that might be, like you say, buck dancing or, backing up, uh, trying to two-step or sidestep or however anybody that understands this want to see it. You'll bring it right out to light. And that's a good thing, especially when you uh, teaching the people wrong and you're not bringing them the truth. All this, dancing around in circles and stuff. You can't get a hold and a grip on things when you got people doing that. And when it's somebody doing that, you have to, you know, bring them to the forefront and say, you got to confront them. Hey, man, this is what you're doing right here. It's a little something that's right, because you were saying this the other day, and now you're saying something a little different.
It's really
What's really going on here? What's the real truth? And I just wanted to say Shaka is the one that'll, bring that to the forefront. And I think that's a good thing about you, brother.
mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't like that. Pan Americans like that too, and that's how I was brought up.
Yeah,
But
when you look at that my forever on this right here, he mean that. now I'm getting it, because man, it's my forever. He ain't talking about for a little bit, forever. You gotta stand on my. I mean, that's the black. I mean, what we put together. You got to stand on truth, righteous, justice, and all of that. And that's what it seems like the brother with the I don't know if
that's how he bring it. Yeah, that's how he bring it.
I mean, so it's true to form for real.
I know
appreciate it too. That's why I came. I'm like, yeah, it don't seem. He seemed like he's saying basically what I'm trying to say, but I can't talk to myself. But to have somebody of like mind, like I said, even all three of us, and me and many of us on the same page. Some people are just afraid to come out and speak. You know what I'm saying? So what Shaka's doing is spearheading what he's saying. Even though we ain't going to agree on everything, what he's saying for the most part is 100%. I mean, 99% correct. I don't see anything that's wrong.
I think most of us, we know that's out here in this community. I heard Smash say something the other day on one of his shows. I think Reggie was in there. They was all, they was getting at it. I can't exactly say what the subject and topic was. I'd have to think on it for a while to bring it all up. But one thing Smash said, after Shaka had left, he said, Reggie, now Shaka gonna go back and he gonna look at things and he gonna come back. He gonna have something to say about this. And
exactly.
I was thinking the same thing. And
me too. He said what he did. Now I'm gonna tell you what he did, Brother James. He asked Chief X a question. He just wanted to get him on record. He said, "All right, brothers, I'm gone. Y'all have a nice day." He said that. I said, "Already, he got all he need. He finna go do it.
Finna do his homework and come back.
Go do right back in just a minute. Just give me a minute. I get y'all when I get out of work, brother. Y'all have a great day."
And that's a good thing about Shaka, especially when you're coming in truth now, Shaka. And the thing is, I was like that all my life coming up, and it's kind of a quiet world when you're like that, because most people, they kind of shun you. They stay away from you because they want you to tell them what they want to hear, or the stuff that's going to make them feel good. But when you tell them like it is and you confront them face to face, they don't want too much to do with you then. They want to stay away from you, and they'll even sometimes say some jive time or wrong stuff about you, and it'll make other people talk bad about you, not really truly knowing the truth, but putting you in a little corner by yourself and making your world be lonely to a certain degree. It's going to be some people out there, just like me and Pan American is right now, about how you handle things, Shaka. We don't mind coming on talking, and I'm always in the chat listening most of the time, but I will say things too. But we don't mind coming and talking with you because we're very similar. And The people that can't stand the truth, they're gonna stay away from you, man, and
Mm.
they're gonna run from you, and really kind of, you know, make you look bad and talk about you and bring you down if they can too. But like I said, I came up like that all my life. But the main thing you got to do, and this is all I can tell you, is you got to stand your ground and you got to stay firm. Long as you know you're doing what's right, brother, you
Mhm.
got to do that and continue to do it no matter how bad it is, or sometimes how it hurts. And I know a lot of it hurts sometimes.
Hmm.
But if you love your people and you love what you're doing, just keep doing what you're doing, bro.
And that right
And
there
and
was
and,
some
and
global. That was
yeah,
global African wisdom. I mean, that
yeah,
was some wise words. I mean,
Thank
and,
I
you.
and
appreciate that, man.
yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, when you started, I thought you were gonna like tell me, sometimes Shaka, you shouldn't really wear feathers, and but and we have very few elders who say stuff like that. They rather say, try to man, try to, try to
Try to
reconcile.
get
And I'm like,
along. Yeah.
yeah, but sometimes confrontation is inevitable, and we're really supposed to confront the ideas, not individuals. I mean, there's some things that I've said in response to what they've done, which was total disrespect. A moderator invited me to come on the platform. I went on the platform, and because someone wouldn't talk to me, I waited. And when I was waiting, I did not even realize I was waiting that long. It's after, then I made my response, and just counting the minutes, because I was like, I'm gonna get a chance to speak anyway. And then when I get on, I'm being kicked out 3 times, and the other dude. And also, when it just happened, and I left because the girl's like, "Yeah, you're crying like a girl. We all grown man. You have no discipline." First, I left. I was like, you know what? Just not gonna address those guys anymore and keep it pushing. But then I was like, yo, they done that on purpose, man. That's a group
Yeah.
effort. I'm like, oh, it's like that now. Okay, you know. But and like I said before, in my response, I've said some harsh things. I tried not to use profanity. I'm not proud of the video, but I'm not ashamed of the video because don't start none, won't be none. You know what I'm saying? You
In
know,
other words, you got fight in you. You got some fight just like they got.
yeah, I
Yeah,
got some
as
get back.
warriors, I think even like on your show yesterday with Ned and Nair,
Yeah.
it's gonna take me to match his energy before he understand that I'm just as passionate as he is. Like
Mm.
because he's passionate. We all passionate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think for the most part, people on this channel, we all on the same page, and we want to see the same thing.
Yeah.
We're really genuine about trying to see something and start going with these circular conversations about
Mm.
what the Hebrews, what the Hebrews is 2,000 years later. How come we can't get that and just put them in their historical space? Like, if you want to be a Hebrew, that's fine. But just know that that's 2,000 years after what they told us when we first got introduced into history. They told
Mm.
us it starts with Adam and Eve. That's it.
Mm.
Now that we went and did some research and found out that Adam and Eve is a story 2,000 years after the fact, it must be discarded in the African mind. That's it. I mean, why? So why are we having conversations about if Jesus was real, this, that, and the other, when
I,
we already know that that's 2,000 years after what we was looking for? We
Oh,
was
that's a
looking for the
peer.
origin. We was looking for the origins of history. We're not looking for the origins of when white people started writing history,
Mhm.
right?
And that's the religious agenda. And it's very like we have scholars. I don't know the names from the top of my head, but we have several Jewish scholars who say that the Exodus, the Exodus narrative is folklore. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but you have other people because of their religion, they're trying to make historical arguments, and unfortunately, black people were very skilled at that, very very skilled at
Mm-hmm.
that. And you have people, who make claims like Yahweh's Nyame is Yahweh. I mean, we hear so many stuff, man. Uh, but at the end of the day, we are a minority, and when I say we, I mean non-Abrahamic believers. And I'm kind of selective because I've seen throughout the years, some people who claim to be non-Abrahamic or Kemetic, and then eventually they will jump ship, and they have the right to change their stance. Unfortunately, some of them ended up dissing Kemetic people when they used to be Kemetic themselves. But we need to be selective as non-Abrahamic people or Kemetic people. We cannot be like, oh yeah, yeah, that's your faith, that's your belief. We all in this together because the views don't match. We don't see Muslims, hand in hand, holding hands with Jewish people and say, okay, you have your faith, I have my faith. We're
Nah, I'm
the
not
same
doing
anyway.
that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
I understand that they are
mm.
historical enemies, and I'm treating
And
you. I'm gonna treat you as such
yeah,
because you're not. Anytime you do anything like what Garfield is doing, he's not doing that to make Kemet a better. To put it in the proper context. He's doing that to put it in a negative, or like it wasn't really nothing. Like a Seth's not a virgin. Like that's disrespectful. You know
well,
what
I
I'm
wouldn't,
saying?
no, I wouldn't say
Like I'm just saying,
disrespectful.
even saying it,
Yeah,
and then you don't have no text to say that
yeah.
she wasn't a virgin. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? You just
well,
saying that it don't say nowhere that she wasn't a virgin, so I can say she wasn't. But you don't have nowhere to say that she wasn't.
no, I mean, I wouldn't mind if somebody's refuting. Like I said, I was expecting several people, including Smash, and maybe Osam Car. I was thinking, they will have some input about that. But I'm using that dictionary, which is reliable. So if they find a way to refute the information dealing with the dictionary, then I'll accept it. I don't mind. But really the main reason I made that video is because of what Garfield said. Because he was so confident. Oh, there's no mention of ISIS. Be the Virgin, show me a text. I said, oh, for real? There we go.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? It's not. I didn't make
So
that.
hold on, hold on, and then watch this. When you did your video and brought some type of context of proof that it was possible, even a possibility of it, what did they do?
They put him on hold for 40 to 50 minutes, and he grandstanding on me. They had to portray me as the bad guy because what I said was inconvenient, and it's a shame. And unfortunately, the brother, that I nicknamed the butler, like we have seen, he spent like 40 to 50 minutes going on Google trying for something to refute. Then he said, I have to do more research, you know. And I'm like, that's not the and he talks about, and you see when Jabari tells him his methodology is poor, he gets angry. And the sad
But
thing is
then
that,
you prove it's methodologically poor in
yeah,
real time.
in real time. And the second time, you see, just because the dude feels some type of way about me, I talked about Diop want, and melanin test. What did he say? Oh, he lied saying that Diop wanted to do the melanin test. So it's like he's not even thinking straight. No matter what I say, he has to go against it. But what I say is not just for the sake of it.
See,
I'm
I'm
talking
gonna tell
about
you what he
information.
did. Hold on, Shaka. Let me tell you what he did right there. You misspoke in that because see, Chief X was talking about DNA, right?
Hmm.
He was talking about DNA, and you said, but see, Diop wanted to do a melanin test, but they tried to switch it and say that you thought that Diop was trying to do a DNA test, but that's
Hmm.
what you were saying.
No,
You
that's not
wasn't
what I was
saying, you
saying.
already knew that it wasn't DNA back then.
Hmm.
He was trying to do a melanin test, which they denied. That's what you were saying.
And I'm glad you said that because in the video, and people can see it. When I started saying that, Chief said, "Oh no, no," because the DNA was like decoded or whatever in the 70s,
Right,
something
right,
like that.
right. He
And
switched
then
it to
then
DNA.
then I stopped and I was like, "Did I say DNA instead of saying melanin?" But then when I look back at the video, I indeed said the melanin. So he had
Yeah,
his
but
his, his
he
argument.
switched it to DNA.
Yeah, yeah, he switched
Because
it
see,
to
hold
DNA.
on, Shaka, this is what they doing now. See, DNA is some new shit. This is what they can do to throw you off again. See,
Yeah,
we done already conquered the melanin test. If they want to do a melanin, we already conquered that. We already done looked at phenotypical type of thing. You guys have already went and looked into the text and started to see things to say black and stuff like this.
yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? So the only thing they can do is go to something that we really ain't got no sound proof to get them on. But then we can get them because when they do come out with the little analysis that they do, it'll be 3 mummies from North Africa with no mummies from South Africa. Then we have to come back and correct that. See what I'm
Mm,
saying? So it's a disingenuous fight, but they on the European side of this, the same thing that we've been fighting on. Africans have taken up the fight of what the Europeans were doing to us. That's what we're doing now.
mm.
We got
That's
Africans that are doing the same European flim flam, and we have to fight them now. And
I
I
mean,
don't know if they're doing that to hold on to Christianity, Islam, or whatever they're holding on to, but they have some type of agenda that wants they're fighting. That's why I said we have historical enemies. We have black people that are claiming Hebrews. We got black people that are claiming more. These people are enemies of this information. Whether you want to, so when you look at somebody, you analyze somebody like Garfield. Was he always a Christian? But at the time when Kendall was strong in the early 2000s, he laid back in the cut so he could find some way to attack it. And now these people are coming back with their attacks. I don't understand what's going on, but with a 10-year analysis of it, that's what I gotta say. Because how can you switch from 10 years of saying you pro-Kemet to now you anti-Kemet? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was once in the Nation of Islam. I don't think he spent long in there, but it's just like we see one guy jealous at Jabari. Many of these Abrahamic believers are jealous at Kemet because Kemet, we have records for days.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, not a single record during his lifetime, not a single record for Moses, not a single record for Joseph. That's for David. There's that stuff that says House of David, Bait Dawood or whatever that is. So was that the King David? I don't know. So because of not only the records for historical persons, whether they are kings, viziers, uh, people in the army, priests, name, dates, places, what they've done. I mean, very clear and detailed information. Um, we have the monuments, we have the structures, you know, we have other areas, other populations talking about this empire. So they cannot hang. There's no match whatsoever. And the difference with the Abrahamic belief system, vary, but they kind of have the same narrative. And the founding myth is the Exodus. But when we deal with the records of Kemet, we can clearly see that there's the story doesn't match not only with the records of Kemet, but history in general. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, if people can show me some historians that will argue for the reality, I mean, that the Exodus really happened, you will see that they will push back some dates and say maybe it was that Pharaoh, maybe that Pharaoh was Joseph, or maybe whatever, maybe it wasn't that many people. I mean, that story just couldn't have happened. We don't have no record of a Pharaoh and his army dying in the water. We have a
Right.
papyrus called Anastasia 5, and they talk about two runaways, people searching for two runaways. But the Pharaoh, who is unnamed anyway in the Bible, we don't have the name. Pharaoh is a title, it's like saying king. The Pharaoh and his army perish in the water, but they don't care to write about it. Oh, please.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. And to this
This-
day, all those guys, those brothers and sisters, they're trying to validate this narrative. And the funny thing is that they claim to be talking about history. Some people are, they're hating, they're jealous. It's an unorthodox view, but historically, it is solid. We are solid, and we are so lucky to have all those records. So it's a matter of perspective. It's a issue of perspective. What do we want to do? Do we want to follow the European mindset, mind thought, or do we want to follow the African way? And that's also one of the reasons why I refrain from Pan-Africanism, because in Pan-Africanism, it's a melting pot. All of those things are there. So we have the brothers who want to come up with some black version of Judaism, black version of Christianity, black version of Islam. I mean, those guys are doing linguistic acrobatics to say that Prophet Muhammad in the Arabs of the 7th century was black. So I had to deal with the Arabic as well. You know what I'm saying? I took Arabic lessons in
So
order to
hold
be
on,
able
hold
to.
on, hold on, hold on. Let me ask you this, brother Shaka. So you saying that Pan Africanism is inclusive of Islamic information as well as Hebrew information as well
Yes,
as
yes.
see now that's where I differ is in my Pan Africanism.
So are you a member of a Pan African organization?
No.
So feel free to ask. Feel
See
free to
what
ask.
see what I'm saying is what I deal with is what the history of like Kwame and Kwame um and stuff like that with the how they use that to liberate Africa. That's what I'm
Yeah, yeah,
like
and I understand, but you see, there's a distinction
because
between.
without Pan Africanism, would you say that Africa would have gotten liberation if they wouldn't have had that ideology?
Well, I don't think it's liberated, but they gain independence. That was the main
Yeah,
goal,
that's what I'm
gain
saying.
independence. Yeah.
Would they
So
have
on
gotten
paper,
that far without
on
with
yeah,
that thought?
on paper they got it, but they're not really in control, But so that's an achievement, regardless. Now, there's a distinction between the Pan African movement and Pan African organizations. So mainly when I talk about Pan African, I'm talking about these different organizations. They have a name, they have
Okay.
a, yeah, you see, and you will be hard pressed to find a Pan African organization that says we're strictly African centered religiously, or in other words, we don't deal with Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. Everything is it's all inclusive.
Yeah,
So
so you're saying that it's a mixture. It's a mixture of
it's a
all of
melting
it.
pot. It's a melting pot.
Yeah, I might have to
Yeah.
dip out on it too if that's the case, because I don't agree with.
But feel free to ask, because I might be wrong. Feel free if you happen. I
So
know
would you
this.
say that Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben would be considered Pan Africans?
I don't know. We have to see if
That goes
we
for
we
Brother James too, because if
we,
y'all can both answer.
we just have to see if they stated that they are Pan Africans. If they didn't
I would
state that
say
they are Pan
Dr.
Africans, I
Clark
don't.
probably has stated that he's a Pan African.
Well, maybe he has, but I would just
Now
like to
I'm
see.
not sure about Dr.
Yeah,
Ben.
yeah, because there's one thing that some of us do is that because some people talked about Black history, then we label them automatically as Pan Africans. What I'm saying?
Right.
And
Well,
and
you get put into it. That's pretty
Well,
much how it works.
if some people hear me, for the record, I don't consider myself a Pan African, and I don't think you will find a record of me saying that I am Pan African. I did write, however, an article called Pan Africanism and what was the other word? Um, Opportunism, something like that. But I don't even think it's longer online. I don't think it's still on my website, but there was a guy in France, when I used to teach the Medunetia and the Swahili, I was doing it with him and another guy. And one day we talked, and, I told him I'm not Pan African. He's like, what? What? I said, no, I'm not Pan African because it's a melting pot and everybody. And me, I'm not pushing the Abrahamic narrative. And that's it. And in the first place, that's the main reason why I didn't consider myself a Pan African. But I would still interact with Pan Africans. But
You know
then,
what I think? I think that that's something that we need to definitely work on is a classification of what Pan Africanism is.
yes, yes,
I think
because
that it needs to be some type of
yes,
guys. I think that some of the stuff that we need to be working on is stuff like that, because
yeah.
like you said, it's a lot of confusion about what is Pan Africanism, who should be Pan, or even like a conscious community type of thing, like what we was talking yesterday. Like what is the conscious community? Who
But,
is allowed in? Who's allowed out? Or like some type of way it needs, because like if Hebrews and Moors and the people that's Muslims and Christians, if they allowed off into the conscious community, then I'm not in the conscious community, because
but
I don't agree with all of those ideology. I'm trying to find something that singles me out, that's dealing with history from a chronological
mm,
aspect, starting with from Kemet and then looking outward on history.
mm. But you
That's what
see,
I'm dealing with. So I don't know
and
whatever name that is.
mm,
That's what I am.
it's similar to feminism. A lot of Black people feel like they must label themselves or must consider themselves Pan Africans because we have the word African in that term. So a lot of women, a lot of females, they feel like they must be feminists or label themselves feminists or support the feminist movement because we have feminine, or basically woman, that word that means woman, in it. There's the
Mm.
same root. But personally, feminism, I think it's wrong because feminists tend to make excuses for whatever women do or say just because she's a female, basically just because she has a vagina. But men, we don't do that. We don't defend a guy no matter what he does just because he's a male. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of very wrong thing going on with the feminism. But anyway, the conscious community, that's like but we look at Sanada's platform, uh, anything goes. Anybody that claims and talks about Black folks, whether it's Jewish, Hebrew Israelite, Christian, Muslim, Moorish, metaphysician, uh, anything goes. And
Yeah,
the
I'm
Pan
not.
African organizations as well, they don't care about anybody's belief system. They say, like, as long as you are for Africa, and then that's it. But the smart ones at the top, they get major paper. Like the guy who claimed he wanted to build that school, he got
Mhm.
millions of dollars. And that's why it's very important, brothers and sisters, if you want to be in a movement, then you should join a movement. And Jabari's organization, that's a movement. Those people have registered, and it's not the fact that they have fees, but usually when you join a movement, there are fees. You see, political parties, it's a movement because you register officially. Usually you have a membership card, which means that you have a fee and you attend meetings. You know who the leaders are, you know what the objectives are, and so on. But the conscious community is just some stuff like very, it's not
It's
clearly
fringe.
defined. Yeah, it's free, it's free. It's nothing tangible. It's nothing tangible. It's ideas and communication, you see.
Now, but what I'm saying from a historical standpoint, Pan Africanism was not like that. You had actual people, actual meetings and stuff like that at one point.
Yes, but what was the purpose? The independence of African countries. That's the
Right,
main purpose. Yes. So
right.
anything else is like, is like, I don't want to say talking points, but what the main objective was.
Yeah,
And
so
and
that's a
and
rebellion against colonialism.
well,
The fight
rebellion,
that we've all been dealing with.
just wanting independence. That was the goal. It's like me saying, "Oh, I'm a maroon," or some people say, "I'm a runaway slave." What do you mean you're a running slave? Slavery is over. Come on, stop. Don't tell me you're a maroon, you're running a slave. Sometimes people make analogies and they say, oh, I'm working on a plantation. I don't agree with statements like that, but I'm not going to dictate people's
Right.
vocabulary, because slavery is over. So the goal has been achieved when it comes to Pan Africanism. And many times I wondered, should I come up with a
Whoa,
title
whoa,
or
whoa,
a
whoa,
book?
whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down. The goal has not been achieved when it comes
So,
to
so
Pan
which
African.
African country is not independent now?
Well, like you said, that was just a puppet's phrase. They're not really free. I mean,
Yeah,
we are as we know it, and the agenda for the United States of Africa, which was first conceived from a Pan Africanism thought, has not been accomplished yet as well.
brother, I'm glad you mentioned that because sometimes we people have utopias. You know, the reality is that on the continent we have a lot of tribalism, where people who live in the same village or same town, and they are warring because they have different tribes.
Okay.
You have the Congo, whose capital is Brazzaville, and you have the Congo or capital is Kinshasa, which is a larger one, the one where they have the cobalt, all the stuff for the computers and the mobile
Mm.
phones. They have diamond, they have gold. I think they have a little bit of petrol. They might have more petrol in Brazzaville, but anyway, and it's very huge. It's like 80 times the size of Belgium. Belgium had the Congo, the large one, as its personal property, so they gained the territory 80 times its size. But anyway, in Congo Brazza or Brazzaville, there's a saying, and if you meet a Congolese person, you can ask, and they will probably know it. Now, I cannot say in their language, but the translation is: if you see someone from Zaire or Zairewa, as we say, and a snake, kill the Zairewa first, kill the guy from Zaire first. You know. Now, I was asking a colleague of mine, and I also spoke to another brother who has family from both the Congo countries. Why? And I remember my colleague explained to me that people from Brazza would employ people coming from Kinshasa and as housemaid, male or female, helpers. And after the term, they will leave and steal stuff from the house and live with the children. So they might live with one child. If there's one child, and if there's several children, they will live with the children. And then I was like, okay, I understand now. You know, I'm not saying it's right, but picture you're employing somebody and he lives with your property and your children, you're going to feel some type of way. But that's just one example. But there's really, like, for example, South Sudan. South Sudan is the youngest country on the planet Earth. It's separated from, the northern part, all that what's going on in Khartoum, the Janjaweed and all that. And now the two main tribes in South Sudan, they are killing each other like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So when I hear people talking about, the United States of Africa and so on, I mean, in one country alone, you have several different tribes that are at war
Yeah,
with each
yeah,
other.
yeah.
In
But hold on,
Nigeria,
slow down. Okay,
yeah,
you filibustering here, Shaka, right now, because you're not mentioning right that the outside influence that causes the turbulence within these particular
I,
people.
I
Right?
disagree.
Hold on, no, don't do that. Don't do that because that is what's going on. The religious differences that are causing a lot of these different strifes that's going on, especially in northern Africa, because you have people that are indoctrinated with Islam fighting with people that are indoctrinated with Christianity.
But
So
in the
that's
north, they are
why
not
that's
black.
hold
That,
on. So
but they are
that's
not
why
black.
you get that split in Sudan because the northern half, for the most part, is Islamic. They've been indoctrinated with it, and then the southern half of Sudan is indoctrinated with Christianity. So that's where they're fighting amongst those particular. That's where that line is. That's why they split Sudan in half because of those two ideological differences, right? So you got to understand what's going on. So to just put it all on us, we have to look at what's going on in the world. China is one big place. Look at what the example of China. Look at how everybody else has pretty much consolidated themselves, and then look at our fragmentation and how we are weaker. And then we have to look at what can we do to get as strong as China. What can we do is to be a real national force. The only thing that we can do is to make these what you're calling countries, which are colonial states, make them all states and make them fall up under as one country. That is the only way you're going to be able to defend yourself
I, I,
against everybody on this planet. You
I
can't
hear
be
you.
fragmented into these little states calling them countries. You need everybody to be on as you need those states to turn. You need those countries to turn into states. And then
Yes, but
those people become governors of those states. The same presidents that's the president of of Congo now, he needs to become the governor of Congo. And then he
yes,
runs that territory. It should be as simple as that so that we
yes,
can consolidate and not be able to be attacked like they do these embargoes in Zimbabwe and starve those people out.
yes.
Everybody
So,
should come together on the continent of Africa to save Zimbabwe and fuck America and UK too. We
Mm.
have to
so
do
you,
that.
so James, you're saying they should follow the pattern of the United States, in other words.
You should follow the pattern of whoever is strongest on this planet. You have to duplicate what they're doing. And a matter of fact, what they're doing is nothing but what you've already done.
But brother, I hear you, and many people say that they talk about the United States of Africa, but this is a utopia, and it's not against anybody. Because what I'm trying to say is that in one country alone, you have Nigeria, you do have Muslims and Christians, going at it, and sometimes it's not because of religion, but because of tribes, you
Mhm.
know. So when in one country they are not unified, there's no way they will unify with neighboring countries, let alone in different countries in
Well,
Africa to have one country with several
see,
states.
this is what I'm saying though, Shaka, right?
Mm.
I understand what you saying, what they saying can be done, but this is what must be done. It ain't what you thinking about what you can do. You can't have that type of attitude when you know what has to be
Yeah,
done. It
you
has to
want
be done. There's no
you,
other way
you,
that you're going to be able to
you,
globally compete with these people. And you see what they do, how the fragmentation is not working.
but
All of these little countries, that's not going to work. You
yes,
have
but
to come together, and,
I,
and they're trying to do this right now as we speak. Like you
if
have they're trying to do this right now, but with these with them being able to move from country to country without passports now, so they're trying to do this now. They have not reached it yet, but
mm,
that is what the ultimate goal of what Pan Africanism is. And I think that the goal starts with Kwame Nkrumah, right?
but I hear you. But if they wanted to do it, they would have done it by now. There's nothing that is stopping them from doing it. They are
Yes, it
sovereign
is.
countries.
Yeah, it is.
What is
You
stopping
know
them? The
that.
white men.
Well, it's more than the white man, right?
So what is it then?
It's a whole bunch of corporate situations where they will have a coup, right? Somebody say, "Hey, man, we tired of paying France the Francophone country. We're tired of giving France our money, right? This little country is running half of Africa. We want to get away. We don't want to give you this money anymore. They're saying this right now, right? But what happens is when a leader comes up and steps up, they snatch him up and bring him and take him to jail in France.
That's the reality.
And then watch this.
Reality.
And then they will put a puppet in his place.
That's
this
a
has
reality.
been going on for a while now, Shaka.
Yes,
you know
yes, it's a reality.
So, but what I'm saying is, if we can get to where this can't happen, to where they can come snatch up somebody, a strong leadership, and we can start to really actually get away and keep all of the resources from Africa and dictate how everything is dispensed out from an African perspective, then it will be right. But right now, it's not that way. So that's what I mean while you're not being genuine in what's going on, because I know you're in France and you know what's going on. You know what France is doing to West Africa.
We know the game, James. We know the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We know the game.
But the thing is, we haven't remedied, and we have no remedy for it, man. Ever since I've been on this earth, it's been going on in this country and around the world. It's been that Caucasian man. His strength has been overwhelming, not just for us, but pretty much everybody else on this earth, man, because who's still in control? We don't have no remedy for it, man. Look,
yes,
they do the same thing.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm telling you, the remedy is
if we had it, James, if we had it.
See, you and Shaka on the same page. Y'all say we can't do it. Y'all say we can't do it. Y'all say we can't do it.
I'm not saying we can't do it.
Y'all admit defeat. As warriors, we not going to admit defeat.
Now, James, let me ask you, that goal that you have of the United States of Africa, what are you actually doing for that goal to be reached?
Well, it's nothing that I can do per se as one individual person. Hold up. As one individual person, it's nothing that I can do, right? But I see people right now that are trying to bring this into fruition on the continent of Africa. I'm in America, right? But on the continent of Africa, you have the Julius Malinas. You have all of these particular leaders that are still pushing the Pan-African agenda to get the European out of there, for us to own our own land. That dream of what y'all saying is still alive right now in Africa.
But when you say a dream, I agree, because you see.
Yeah, see, I say y'all say a dream, but we gotta say it's gonna one day be a reality, because
that's got to be.
It has to be. It has to be a reality someday. Don't sell us out, bro.
No, I'm not selling anybody out.
I ain't saying that you're a sellout, but I'm just saying, we gotta always keep that hope that we're gonna one day be able to control our economy and control our own resources. We can't just say, man, that ain't gonna never happen. We can't do that.
Well, I'm not really trying to say it will never happen. I don't think it will happen anytime soon. But like you have, for example, if you want the United States of Africa, it means it's one country with federal states. Like America or like Europe. Though Europe is not considered one country, but they have the European Union. This will mean that South Sudan and Sudan will be the same country, two different states. Do you see that happen when they have just separated? And when it comes to getting the Europeans out of control, well, those Muslim countries, those African Muslim countries, who do you think they will welcome to take part in their affairs? Those countries from the Gulf.
Yeah, see, and that's what we're doing right now. That's where it plays an importance on that. We have to change. We have to educate the African mind to understand that that's an indoctrination. I know that sounds crazy as hell, right? But if we can do it, we come out of indoctrination, all of us. I'm pretty sure. Were you once a Christian, Shaka?
Yes.
If we can do it, we have to have faith that the other Africans that have been indoctrinated can do it as well.
But you want to hear my proposition? My proposition is wherever you are,
right?
Try to make a change wherever you are. And then wherever we are worldwide, eventually we try to connect. And if it means us choosing a country in Africa, Ghana seems to be the right place to me. you know, more or less stable, you know, and they aren't going to trip about, being traditional Africans over there, but that's just an example, and then eventually we can see the movement grow, just like Marcus Garvey's
Right, right,
movement.
right. That's
You
what
know what
I'm
I'm saying?
saying. That's
Yes,
what I'm saying. I
because
want to
we
hear
do
some hope
we
over here. And you gonna make me we can't give up hope. And you know what?
no, but
That's a
what I'm
good
trying
that's
no,
a
but
good
what I'm trying to
analysis,
say,
Shaka.
what I'm trying to say is like nationwide, different countries getting together when inside their countries they have all this trouble, all this fighting. I mean, it's real. It's a reality. It's crazy, and
Right.
people can say it's white people behind it, but in many instances non-Africans have nothing to do with some of the conflicts going on in Africa. And just to make an analogy, the way we talk about tribes in Africa, you can see it as Crips and Bloods, Latin Kings, Gangsters Disciples, all these different gang. How are we going to unite them when they've been warring forever? You know what I'm saying? So at some point, let's get a thing of our own and then try to grow. That's I see that as more realistic,
Yeah,
because
I mean, it's more than one way to do it. I'm not in disagreement with your way of doing it.
mm,
But I definitely know that it's going to have to take us being educated historically to even get them to understand the indoctrination and why that's not good. Like I say, if we were to use it in the aspect of saying, hey, if you're paying into tithes for either one of those organizations, you're paying into your enemy's coffers, right? If we could get people to understand that and say, hey, do we need to reopen what they closed down and put that money into our own coffers? We could use that to re-energize ourselves.
but
You know
but
what I'm
but
saying?
you basically talking about telling people that their belief system, that they shouldn't follow the belief system, and the vast majority of people worldwide, black or white, the majority of them will remain in their belief system. We have
Mm-hmm.
to focus on the children. you know it's going
Right,
to be
right,
yeah,
definitely.
it's going to be a long process. So
Oh, yeah,
and we have to be prepared, and that's why I really applaud the Shrine of Ma'at,
mm-hmm.
because they are about it. They are about it, and that's what we need to do. Like, because if, let's say, all African Americans know that they historically, and they no longer follow the Abrahamic belief system, then what do they do now? You need a system of your own. Now, if there's no
Mm-hmm.
spirituality, because people like to use that term rather than religion, you know, we need to act. We need to act. We need to like-minded people need to get together, because if you get together as a group, you will generate revenue. You will generate some economy. Jabari said he has about 150 plus members. Let's presume somebody comes with an organization that is non-Abrahamic, and he has okay, 500 members. So we're gonna make our socks, we're gonna make our clothing, we're gonna
Mm-hmm.
make our soap, we're gonna anything that we need and we can do, we do it. That generates economy, that generates wealth, and then we get our land. And probably it would be best to have a land outside of America, because we know about Tulsa, Oklahoma. If you
Exactly.
prosper too well, they might say, oh, okay, those guys are terrorists, we're gonna go and bomb them. I mean, we never know what they can do. You know what I'm saying? So, but some people will remain on the American continent anyway. Some people don't want to go anywhere else, and that's
Right.
fine. But wherever we can be as a people, but the fence riding, that's what is setting us back all the time. And I've seen that for all those years, because you have those guys who, oh, but no, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, to each his own, is this belief system, stuff like that. No, because those guys, and that's a huge difference between the so-called Kemetic people. And we've been talking about the Hebrew Israelites. They have their synagogues, they have their temple, their place of worship. Nation, the NOI also have their places of worship. The Moorish people have their places of worship. But the Kemetic people, you have a shrine here and there, and that's about it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and
Hey,
this.
hey, no,
Go ahead, brother.
let
Go
me
ahead.
let me say this right quick too. Uh, you right on it. Here in Florida, and I lived down south for a while, really all over the state. When I was working, I'm retired now, but when I was working, I worked all over the state and up into some of Alabama, Georgia, and I was like old quarry, concrete quarry. I did construction work, and worked at nuclear power plants. We did all kind of work. The concrete work he's talking about, and the title he had. Yes, sir. I used to be right there back in the day. But the thing is, my point is, and back to you being on point, is that I lived down in Miami about 30 years on and off. And I remember the Mariel boat lift for the Cubans, not really trying to come down on them people, because just like the Mexicans, in this country being a smorgasbord of people, uh, diverse, just like Egypt was. I look at this country and I see Egypt being very similar. They want to say it wasn't a black land, but if you go way, 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 way back, it had to start out black. I'm gonna just leave that alone and go back, come back to where I was. Down in Miami, I watched those Cubans from the Mariel boat lift. When they first came over, they were in need. The U.S. government did a lot to help them out. They gave them money. They gave them programs to help them, in which there's nothing wrong with that because, they needed the help. And of course, we needed it. We talk about the 40 acres and a mule and all of that, and we didn't get it. But we still had other options and other ways of bringing things together and get it done if we wanted to. And getting back to them Cubans now. Them doggone Cubans, I watched them as a kid. I went to high school down there. And I watched them as a kid, 4 and 5 families, just like the Mexicans do right now. They would stay in a house, maybe a 5 or a 6 bedroom house. I don't know how they divvied up the room and stuff, but they had families like that. They would go to work, they would come together, and they had to have some type of organization in there where they put their money, in a pot or whatever. And once the money got saved up to a certain point, that was enough to get, of course they was out searching and trying to, get somewhere to live. And once a certain family got financially stable and ready, with all the things they needed, they would move out and that family would have a house. And that continually went on until down in Miami Beach now, you still have some rich white folks still there, but the Cubans are there too. I watched them handle Hialeah. The white man was there. In Dade County, all downtown Miami. They handled that. They right out started to take over and control everything. I watched them put their people in offices, and I'm talking about, public office, and where they could get control and get the finances in their communities that they needed. I just watched them go to work and bring themselves up, but also start to control. And I don't know how much they own of those areas, but I'm quite sure a lot of them bought a lot of the stuff in the area down there in Miami. You really never own anything in this country, though, because you always got a tax or you got something to pay where the government or that white man that's in control, gonna keep his hand in it to be in control of you, to make sure that you don't be self-sufficient. And that's our problem. But they're in control enough to really control things down there, because this is the area I'm from up here in the Panhandle. We left as children, I remember, and we was just country folk, and we got a chance to get out and see the world through my mother and her marriage of a military man from Eglin Air Force Base here in this area. And I remember going to Germany as a kid, being very literate in the language. And as a kid, you better believe a child picks up and absorbs things a lot faster than adults. Now, adults are still intelligent and can do it too with a little bit more effort, but somehow it seems like a child is like a sponge. And you have to help your child know that they're able to do anything they want to do. Looking back at Tiger Woods and Serena and how their parents started them out. And they ended up being on top and controlling things and not even looking at a color in which they were a part of us, because Tiger was a little bit more mixed than Serena and her sister. But you have to tell them that they're able to do things, and you have to encourage them. And I don't know what the problem is with us. I don't know if we're not getting the encouragement, uh, if it's jealousy. I just can't figure it out, man. I've been trying to, but I know I'm the type. I'm gonna tell you, I'm just like you, Shaka. If I see it and I see it wrong, especially with the youngsters today, you have to tell them, motivate them, and uplift them to get them out there so that they can get toe to toe with the rest of them in this country and make their way and be at the top. Because looking at our examples, like I said, Tiger Woods and some of the individuals in sports and all that, you can be at the top. You don't have to just call yourself being special or do it or say it was made for me. Sometimes it takes work. You got to work at it. You got to grind. You got to practice every day. That's how you get good at anything. Like Martin said, if you're going to be a street sweeper, you be the best street sweeper you can be. You get out there and I mean, you work at it and you make that street look good, and people going to take notice of it. And that's what them Cubans did down there in Miami. People took notice, but the thing is, they took control, and right now today they still doing that. And like Reggie say, I'll stop.
But I agree with a lot of things that you said. In France, Chinese people they are just buying so many parts of Paris. But I've seen a documentary about Chinese people. When a couple get married, the guests, family and friends, they give a lot of money so they can start a business. And then when
Mhm.
they start a business, they generate wealth. A lot of time when they have like some Chinese restaurants, the people that they sell it to is other Chinese people. Now, nations usually have three things in common: a language, a culture, a religion. You see? Now, um, we don't necessarily need those athletes, entertainers, rich people, you know, because a lot of times some of us expect, the people who have influence to be talking about what we are talking about. I don't think when Marcus Garvey did his thing, he had, famous people by his side. The grassroots can really grow. But with the things going on with, people that I don't need to name, I'm suspecting that because they are saying that black people are getting away from the Abrahamic systems, of course it's better to have black people preventing that from happening. Because if it's white people, it will look too obvious, it will look too strange. Why is
Because
it that these guys spend so much time, effort, and energy um, talking bad about Kemet and Kemetic people, but they're not doing the same when it comes to Moorish people, when it comes to the Church of Scientology, when it comes to people who deal with metaphysics, when it comes to black Muslims, black Christians, black Jews, Israelites. Those sometimes they might claim that they are dealing with it, but the energy, the focus is Kemet. Everybody's banging against Kemet, and traditional African ways in general.
well,
So
I
I
think
don't have.
some,
Yeah, go ahead,
I
brother. Go
think,
ahead.
I think some of it's self-inflicted, right? Because, like I said, early 2000s when you were on here, as Shaka and Dukembe, and Seti was doing his thing, I think that we had a strong, pure movement with little blemishes, right? But then you had the people that seen what was going on, and they joined in with ill intent or without pure intent of hold on, yeah, without having a pure intent, and maybe came in for financial gain, right? Because if you did the chronology of the conscious community or whatever we calling this, it starts out with somebody like you in a SETI. You know, you were dealing with the information from a language standpoint, and SETI was dealing with it from a historical standpoint, a chronological standpoint. This came first, this came second, third, fourth, and he was also giving veneration to the teachers that taught him this history, which was Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. Every video that said he was doing back then, he was leading you back to where the information that came from that he had got. Then we have New York coming to the fray. Not saying that New York hasn't always been in the fray, but I'm talking about from an internet standpoint. Sinetta, at this point, he's still on 125th Street selling DVDs and tape. He don't know nothing about the internet. He gets hip to the internet through watching what SETI was doing. He gets on the internet, cooks up with SETI. He has the first more and comedic debate on his couch. That was the first time SETI had went to New York, met Sinetta. You have to pay attention to how this movement starts from the internet.
But then I understand. But what about today? Because today is different. We have some.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get to the day.
Okay.
Because you got so everything is getting ready to shift to the truth. Africans are getting ready, from what I see, to kind of finally get.
Hold on, please. Elder James Powell, is there any chance maybe you mute yourself and then you can unmute yourself whenever you want to speak? Because this thing is kind of loud around you. There's
it's like some kind of noise coming in.
I got my big fan on. It's hot and humid, but I will mute out right now.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And always feel free to interject whenever you please. Yeah, go ahead, Brother James.
Okay, so what I'm saying is we need to really just analyze our last 10 years of just basically internet presence as far as this information, and you will see the chronology of where things went wrong, where we made mistakes at, and then maybe we could prevent these type of mistakes from happening in the past. Because a lot of people interjected themselves as like Pan-Africans or conscious people, but in reality, they were just people that was trying to get financial gain or notoriety. Okay, so we'll go with Umar. What happened with Umar? He came around next as a Pan-African, kind of like with the same SETI type of energy, but kind of churchy like vibe. He came in talking about he was the family member of one of the famous Pan-Africans. Nobody could check this stuff at this
Frederick
time, right?
Douglass,
Yeah, Frederick Douglass. That's when he first came in. That's how we are introduced to this guy. But he doesn't have anybody that has vetted him on anything that he has supposedly done or who he is or anything. He's just a person talking. We cannot have this type of a standard as far as leadership, because could we come back and 5 or 10 years later, we're crying about we got scammed.
Yeah, but but Umar Johnson, to my knowledge, doesn't have any organization. The key is having an organization, and when you have an organization, you have a hierarchy. So you're gonna have someone at the head of it, and then you're gonna have other people, like the board members. I mean, regardless of how you want to label them, but you must have an organization that is on the same page. And whenever you have an organization, then people need to contribute, including financially. But most of us, and we're just happy being online, and that's it. And a lot of people, they like to say, "Oh, I support you, support the brother, support the brother, support the brother," and that's why it ends. But once again, Umar doesn't have an organization. He said he wants to build a school. It's been about 10 years that he said that, and the result is, we can see the result. So
right. So that's what I'm saying. So you look at when Sinetta come in and you analyze what is Sinetta's purpose for these last 10 years. What is your analysis of his 10-year presence online? He's just someone that
he's sharing information.
He shares information.
And to my surprise, yesterday he revealed that he is a member of the Shrine of Ma'at, and the Shrine of Ma'at is an organization. So once again, an organization is key. If people, for whatever reason, don't see eye to eye with Jabari, they are free to do their own organization. And we don't even need the internet, we don't even need that. We don't even see Chinese people on the internet saying, "Oh, this is what we want, this is our culture," whatever, because they are already practicing it,
So, they've already been historically aligned.
They've been practicing.
But see, we're as African people. I'm not saying that in France or whatever, but for the most part, we're still lost historically.
No, there we go. There's Jabari's organization.
No, I'm talking about this. Let's be real, Shaka.
Yeah.
What percentage of people are chronologically, historically aligned as far as African people? That know start from Kemet, go to the Hebrew, to go to the Christianity.
Let's talk about today.
What percentage would you give it of our people that's
I,
aligned like this right now?
I really don't know, but I always said we are minority. We are,
Right.
but
Okay.
but that's fine. That's fine. The Maroons, the people who the Maroons, they're a minority. But they still succeeded in gaining freedom in certain parts, like in Haiti, in Jamaica. They didn't control the whole place, but they were independent. The
Right.
Maroons in Jamaica with Nani or Nana. So this is something achievable.
Exactly.
Like-minded people need to get together and move forward. A
And
lot of this,
that's where I'm at right there.
yeah, a lot
That's
of
it
this.
right there.
We have many different Hebrew camps, and
Right.
they never had all this membership from the beginning. They started somewhere. There was just one, two, three, and then there might be 10, 20, and then they have another chapter, another city, and then another chapter, and that's how it works. But most of the people who are in the quote unquote conscious community, they don't want to do that. They want to watch a live stream, participate in a live stream. A lot of them don't even want to learn
But
the
hold
language.
on, let me say, Shaka, that out of all of these organizations, the people, the Kemetic organization is the newest of them. Would you say?
No,
Yeah,
no, no.
because those Hebrews have been around in New York forever, bro. They've been doing that.
Well, they've probably been
So
here
to
longer.
start a chapter,
The- the-
they already
yeah, it's a
organized to be
reality.
able to do
It's
that.
it's it's
We
it's
don't
it's
have anything besides probably Jabari at this particular
it's
point,
well,
right?
no, there's others. There's others. But I mean, Raul Nefer Amen. I forgot the name of his organization, but he's dealing a lot with metaphysics, and I don't even
Yeah,
know if
see,
he's
that's
still
not
alive.
right.
Yeah. Well, no, but it's just an example.
Okay, you
So
know what I'm saying? We need to try to find people that, that's gonna teach this stuff the right way. And that's why I fall in line with Brother Reggie.
well, I mean,
You do need to
I
be able, as a priest, you do
this
need to
this
be able to
this
read the language.
no,
That's
no, but
about as far as I would go with that.
no, but this is a talk for him. It's a talking point.
Yeah, I
He's
got that. I'm
yeah.
just saying, but I do
He's,
agree with that point.
well, he says for priests, but once again, at the end of the day, we have translations. We cannot do everything at once. You understand
Okay.
what I'm saying? Because nobody tells the Christians, oh, you don't read the Hebrew, the Greek, and whatever. When it comes to the followers or the pastors, the majority of pastors in America, they don't know the Greek, the Hebrew, the Aramaic. You know,
Right.
now Hebrew Israelites are something else, probably a lot more
Yeah, yeah. I was
Hebrew
just speaking
Israelites. Yeah.
about Hebrews, not the Christian church, not
Oh yeah, well, some know the Hebrew language, but not all. So it's not the end of the world. You know what I'm saying? And once again, and I'm glad Jabari had the opportunity to state it because I've been saying it. He knows the Meta Nature. He never said he doesn't know the Meta Nature. You know.
yeah, he did
So
state that.
yes, because those people have talking points. They like to create narrative. Even with me, the narrative is like, I don't have no discipline. I'm not letting people speak. You know what I'm saying? And it's just ridiculous points at the end of the day. So if people want to go on board, get on board, join Jabai's organization, they can do so. If for whatever reason they don't see like that's the way to go, then they can either create their own organization or join another organization. But as long as there's no organization with a hierarchy, we're not going to go far. It's a sad reality. We can be talking online, doing all these last. I mean, personally, I'm looking forward to getting into the field. I'm just saying that. Because I don't
Right.
really like to talk about stuff before I do it. But that's one of my goal. Now, if some people want to get on board, we can
So
we can
so
come.
hold on. Let me be clear. You say you looking to get into the field of what, being a priest?
No, not being a priest, but I'm just saying this because once again, I don't
No,
really like.
I'm just asking for clarity here, like you do for the record.
Well,
and
but the thing is that the people who take the class.
if you are Shaka, that's good for you,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
I mean, there's nothing to
No,
really
no,
be
it's not.
ashamed of.
It's no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not about being ashamed. It's just me personally. I don't really like to say I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that
Right
because
before you
yeah,
do it.
yeah, exactly. But the brothers and sisters who take the Meta Nature classes, I told them, in confidentiality, I said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. But people will see eventually. So I wouldn't mind, what I'm saying, having an organization, but I mean, but brother Simon Carr, he proposed to me that we do something, and he said, with the brother, that I nicknamed the butler, like he proposed, like like doing something like with possibly tours in Kemet, you know, But when he brought the brother's name, I said, no, I can't do it. Just the dude
Yeah.
bangs on Kemetic people. It's incompatible. Whenever you have an organization, people have to be like-minded. And if you join an organization, you can hate on the leader of the organization. You know what I'm saying? You might just not
Right.
be in it. And competition is not it's not so bad. It happened. It exists. But trust me, I've been amongst many Pan Africans, and some of them they hate your guts. You know what I'm saying? And we've been seeing that here with somebody who's hating on the other person, and he hated it so much that at the end of the day, he no longer labels himself as Kemetic. You know, I mean that's as sad as it is. You know, so there's possibility, but and I'm not talking about anybody in particular, but it is a reality. Whenever we talk about, okay, like minded people, let's get together. Then, whatever organization that is, okay, who are we down with? What are we down with? Are we going to accept syncretism? Are we going to accept other belief system if it's a black version of it? Or do we accept only Abrahamic, non Abrahamic belief system? You know what I'm saying? Do we
Yeah,
deal
that's
with
what I'm
only
looking for. Clarity. I
yeah,
need a
clarity. Do we
clear
deal only with
understanding on
with the
everything
Kemetic way
that.
of life, or do we
Mhm.
deal with Kemetic way of life and Ifa and other traditions, voodoo or not? And let it be clear from the get go, so there's no misunderstanding, and then we move forward. You know, that's what it should
Exactly.
be.
That's
But
what, and that's what I think we should be doing.
that's
Like
that's
right
what.
now,
But brother,
that's
look,
what
look,
that's
look.
what.
I've been live streaming for 3 hours 35 minutes. You see those other platforms where they bang on Kemetic people. You see the super chats. How many super chat ever since I've been live streaming? You know, so some things will take a lot more time that we wish it will take, and that's a reality, you know. But
Right.
I don't mind, you know, if I'm dealing with 50 people only. If I deal with only 50 Kemetic people, for example, I'm like, fine, we know we're gonna go somewhere, you know. But when if you have like, you know, uh, uh 200 so-called Kemetic people, and then you have 10 people who are on a payroll of, you know, some Christian apologists, and then you have like 20 who are on a payroll of some, you know, Easterners, Muslim apologists. You know, it's going to cause division. It's going to cause separation.
Yeah.
You
Uh-huh.
know, they're going to sabotage you from the inside. You know what
That's
I'm
why
saying?
I said I already look at them as the enemy from the beginning. I've already figured that out from
Mhm.
my
Well,
experiences
let's
on
be
Facebook.
diplomatic.
Like
You don't
like
need to
watch
use
this.
that
If
term.
you're on Facebook, you will be having an argument, or you will be saying something that's straight pro black or something like that, and then you will have somebody like somebody from the Rastafarian community or somebody from another community.
They are
They'll come
Christians.
in. Excuse me.
Rastafarians are Christians.
Yes, I'm just saying, but they'll come in because you might be saying something about mixed relationships or something like European women with black men, and you might not we might disagree with that, and then somebody will come in and they'll say you racist or something like that, and you be like, well, I thought you was a parent. Then when you go look at them, they're a Rastafarian or they something other than what you thought they were, and they accept that type of behavior. When and like you said, we need to be clear on what do we accept and whatever
From the
we
get
from.
go.
Uh-huh.
From the get go.
Like,
From the
can
get go.
can you be a Pan African and have a European spouse? You know, that type of
Well,
stuff needs to be hashed out.
some would say no, some would say yes, and those things
See,
need to be cleared up. Anytime there's an organization, people have to be like-minded and on the same page. Of course, it doesn't mean to agree on every single thing, but you know, what are we? What are we doing? What activity we're planning to do, and stuff like that. But as soon as people get like, if we look at, I mean, some people might say it's a bad example, but the Nubians, you know, the Nubians, the charges are very serious. You know, it's horrible. But as an organization, you know, I was told, you know, the dude was very successful. You know, with with the scrolls, with the soaps. I mean, it doesn't matter that example. Anytime you have an organization, as long as you start having like 100 members and more, financially, you can thrive. You can thrive. And when you have 100 people, some will have children, and it will grow and it will grow and it will grow. And as long as the people are like-minded, you know, because you'll never have a Muslim organization and they will allow people with different religion and try to do some mixing or whatever. But the
nah,
Kemetic
that's not
people,
gonna work.
you know, they like to be like, oh well, you know, all those belief systems is derived from Kemet, so it's all good. It comes from us. You know, no, no,
Yeah, I see that
you
they
know,
have enemy intentions. Even though they're in your midst, they behave like Hebrews. even though they're right there in your midst, they still have that same Hebrew behavior that they like you really enslaved them. You know what I'm saying? They still hold on to that history. You can see
and
it.
and
Just like
and they
Garfield,
can
what he's doing. I don't know why would you even interject this even in a conversation for what? Like what in what context does this even have anything to do with anything
Well,
at
him
this
is
point?
jealousy. It's obviously
You know
it's
what I'm saying?
jealousy.
Like
It's
the
jealousy.
chronology
I
of
mean,
it is already clear. The documentation is already clear. What
but
does that have to do
it's
with
it's
what we need to be doing now?
it's jealousy. Jabari has over 150 people. The other guy will make tours. He might have like 10, 20 people. You have to feel some type of way. Jabari has at least one book out. He's going to commit on a very regular basis, going to different African countries on a very regular basis. He is successful. He is successful. And sometimes you look at people, they talk all that talk. Like, I've been doing this for 30 years, but what do they have? I mean, you have, and it's not throwing shot, but like I've said many
That's
times,
deep.
the dude doesn't have a
No,
single.
no, I don't. I just, I mean, the way you said that, Shaka, was so deep that I never thought about it in the context the way you just said it. So slow down. Let me see what I got here. Dr. Ben and Dr. Clarkman was taking people on lectures and taking them to trips to Kemet, and it was no problem. Now the Jabari is becoming a lead and doing the same activity. It's a problem.
It's
He
jealousy.
went he went as far as to talk about you could book a flight for this much, you could get a hotel room for this much, without even talking about the classes and the information that Jabari is putting into the tour.
Without talking about all the other people who give tours and charge way
Right.
more than Jabari. It's just those are just talking points. At the end of the day, the guy doesn't have a platform. He doesn't have a book. He doesn't have a website. He has just a username on YouTube like everybody else. You know. So Jabari is just on another level. It's just not
And
comparable.
so basically from your analysis, and pretty much it seems like a good one, it's just jealousy.
It's obvious. Sanetta is this guy. They know each other for so many years. Sanetta said it. How many times did he say it? I made a video about that. Not only he said jealousy, but he said, "Hey, you know the rapper Jazzo, right?
Right. Used to be
Jazzo,
with
man,
Jay-Z.
yeah, he mentored Jay Z. Jay Z didn't have any career. Jay Z appears on the music video for Hawaiian Sophie. Jay Z appears is featuring Jazzo on The Originators. And as a matter of fact, we can see Jazzo holding a portrait of Dr. York. You know what I'm saying? But Jay Z happened to be one of the most successful rap artists ever. It's not that many people who knows about Jazzo. So if Jazzo is not a solid dude, he's gonna be mad, he's gonna be bitter. But and same with Kanye West. I made that analogy before. Kanye West, um, um, he stated, I've seen a video where he said No ID showed him how to produce. No ID is the one who produced that beat for Death of Autotune. We hear No ID on the track, Let the Story Begin. So a lot of people don't know No Idea. Kanye West is one of the most famous musicians, one of the most famous rapper maybe as well, but one of the best known producer as well. He made his way. Sometimes it's like that. Some people, you are mentor them and they will grow, they will be much higher and more successful than you. Like the elder was saying, James Powell was saying earlier, some people indeed it's like it's natural to them, but others have to work. I've seen a documentary about Michael Jordan, and he used to sit on the bench. And one day there was a game, he hit that buzzer thing, like last minute stuff, last second stuff, and but he practiced a lot. He didn't have that high level innately. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes people, like there might be some people right now they don't know the meta nature, and they might start learning the meta today, and they're gonna learn it so much and so much and so much and so much, and eventually they will know it better than me. Some people say, "Oh, a student can never be greater than a teacher." I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. And what we should want for the younger ones, for our children, is that when they reach our age, they are doing better than us in terms of wealth and in terms of knowledge. But unfortunately, you have a lot of elders, they feel some type of way about it. they feel like because they're older, you shouldn't know more than them. And a lot of elders have outdated information. You know, the jealousy of the black man compared to other race of people is just stronger, and I think it's because of inferiority complex. Because when we look at ourselves, sometimes unfortunately we will see ourselves. Uh, it's just sad. That video that I played, it was a black cop. He said, I don't know if you've seen it, because first they showed when he's about to, put the handcuffs on her. And she's like, can I ask a question? But we've seen the full thing. He arrived, everything was all good. He spoke to the dude. Okay, you need to have a ticket. You're not allowed to stay there. The guy sends the ticket. The lady's like, but you say we're not from here, so we're not supposed to know that. And then she's like, okay, what's your name? He says the name once. What's your badge number? He says the badge number. Then she asks him, what's your name? He says the name a second time. What's the badge number? A second time. Then she asked for a third time. He said, I gave it to you twice already. I'm not giving it to you again. What I'm wondering, I'm not in a woman's mind. If he was a white cop, would she have been asked 3 times for the name and the badge number? Would she have been that combative? Maybe she thought, oh, that's just a black cop, but I don't know. That's just a short example. But a lot of us we have a inferiority complex, and it's sad. So when we see a successful black man, we're not happy. And that's not all of us, of course. But some things are right in front of our eyes. And for strange reason, we have some other brothers because they have, some appreciation. They want to minimize it. But what we've been seeing for 2 years is straight up hating, straight up jealousy under the guise of scholarship.
It's Chaka.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
You didn't finish it, I don't think.
No, no, it's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. At the time, I was kind of busy. I couldn't sit down like I'm doing now and look at everything. I glanced at it, but I was in the process of doing things, and I was listening though because I had my headphones on, and I think he was getting ready to lock her up, and she changed her mind. Did she?
What are you talking about, brother?
The
was ready
part
to
where
lock her up.
the policeman
yeah,
in the
yes,
park.
yeah, okay, yes, yeah. Then when he's about to put a handcuff, oh yeah, I'm gonna sign it.
There you go. That's the part I was talking about. Yeah, when the brother got serious, and got tired of her just running him through the rigmarole. And he said, he just sounded like, well, you just don't want to act right. Well, he said, you're not going to sign it, right? And he
And
said, you got to go to jail.
and I'm not in the cop's mind either, but it's possible that if the lady would have spoken to him in a different manner and look at him instead of being on the phone, what's the badge number, and the tone and the whole demeanor, the whole vibe, maybe it wouldn't have ended that way. But that's
And
just an example. Some people will say, "Oh, he's a sellout cop," but blah, 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 blah. Okay, whatever. The guy's doing
and
his job.
and just like you said too, I kind of listened to you in your summary there at the end of it. You said, hey, it could have been different too with that tone of voice and the way that she was acting, especially if it was maybe a white cop. She could have got a shot in the leg or maybe into the head, a fatal shot. All that was a possibility of happening just because,
She was resisting
especially,
arrest.
them knowing they were wrong because he explained it to them. But he had to do his job. He had to say, hey, well, my job is to give you a ticket at least. I'm not going to take you to jail, but I got to give you a ticket because you're breaking the rules, and the rules is you can't be in the park at this time. And with her being all arrogant and nasty, like, how they get, we've had a whole lot of examples of it, even if we wasn't being, belligerent, talking in a
Yeah,
nasty way. That they shoot you and kill you, and shoot you a whole lot of time. And what would they say to be the excuse so that they can get away with it? And now
I was
it's
in fear for
changing
my life.
because yeah, yeah, It's
And now
changing
it's
now
changed a little
because
bit because the
yeah,
social media, the mass
yeah,
movement. But usually they're on paid leave. They should have they kill someone. They're on paid leave.
yeah.
But
It's crazy,
But one
I
crazy.
thing
mean,
you got to give,
yeah.
I mean, black cops credit for is they are very seldom involved in the shooting of an unarmed African American.
Mm,
You never see, almost never see. I don't even
That's
think
right.
I've ever seen, and maybe I may be wrong.
mm.
I've never seen an African American cop, in that situation like the
Maybe
European
hitting, but
cops.
not shooting, or killing.
No, yeah, I'm talking about
And
how they
yeah,
the killing of an African
yeah,
American
yeah,
or
and
A
non-African
George
Americans. Yes,
Floyd type
yeah.
of situation, or what was the brother's name? Eric
Or the
Garner. I've
Eric
never seen
Garner,
the African
Sean Bell. I mean,
American
the
cop.
list.
Yeah, I've never seen the African
Oscar
American
Grant.
cop. Now,
Mm.
what the question that Africans should ask is, how come the African American cops don't get in these situations? If we just
But
do an analysis, you know what I'm saying?
it's
To say that, how come the
it's
African
racism.
American cops are trained to not
The
shoot
same way they
African?
train the
Yeah,
same
yeah, they're
way.
trained the
It's
same way.
racism.
So we have to. This is questions we have to ask. Like, what's up with the African American cops? Why they ain't making these same mistakes? Like the brother Joshua Barner right here in Dallas, Texas. He the lady goes to the wrong apartment, opens the door and shoot the brother. The brother opens the door for the cop, the European cop lady. She's drunk or something, thinks this is her apartment, and the brother's in his own apartment, gets shot and killed. They gave her
and
10 years,
and
but that
and
ain't enough.
and was it the one that the family member hugged
Yeah,
at
he
in court?
hugged the cop after he killed his brother.
And if he was a black person, I don't know if the person would have got a hug.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
we've never seen that in the history of anything.
That's a turn the other cheek mentality. I was just
Yeah,
crazy.
but that's
That's
the
just crazy.
indoctrination that we're dealing with,
Yeah,
brother
yeah,
Shaka.
yeah.
That's Christianity right there. Turn the other cheek, love thy brother. That's what we're dealing with.
Brothers, in America, you have movement like the Nation of Islam and Islamic type of movement like the Moor and stuff like that. But I can tell you, in France, the black Muslims that are so subservient to the non-black Muslims is just pitiful to watch, man. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, they
Who?
are so
You said the Muslims in
the black
France are
Muslims,
subservient to the
not just in
non
France, they are so
Europe. You said Europe in general.
yeah, but let's talk about France. They are subservient in their ways, in their words. I mean, it's just pitiful. It's just
Who?
pitiful.
Shaka. Who are they subservient
Just
to?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to find.
the non-black Muslims.
They're
Now,
subservient to who or what?
Oh,
the
he said to the
black Muslims are
Arab Muslim.
subservient to whoever they are, non-black Muslims. For example, there's some mosques. I was told there's some mosques where the black people are in the back. And they love to talk, oh, Bilad, 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 but the black people are in the back. And we know very well. I mean, maybe you don't know in America, but those people from North Africa and other countries in the Gulf and in the Middle East, Near East, they really don't like a black man being with their sister. And recently, one guy was killed because he was dating a North African lady. The brother of the lady killed the black guy just because they were together. But yet, those black Muslims, they'll act like it's all good and it's all love. It's all love. They will minimize the racism. Funny thing, when they are with black people only, they will say, "Oh yeah, there's racism." But when they're no longer with black people only, oh, it's all good. It's all good. We're all in this together. You know. So when people have mentality like that, when a belief system will blind them to the reality, we'll never get anywhere. We'll never get anywhere. You know. We need something of our own.
And
Nobody but yeah.
that's why I say, man, we have to really work on trying to get this together as far as
Yeah, but I'm
this
telling you,
chronology for
Pan
our people,
Africans,
even
Pan
in you
Africans,
said Muslims in
yeah,
France, they need
Pan,
to know the chronology, even though you see, and they know the chronology because we've already made them aware of
yeah.
this
But
by
the thing
now.
is that we shouldn't even try to make them change their ways. You
No,
know what
no,
I'm
you
saying?
can't make them change their
Yeah,
way, but
yeah.
you can kind of embarrass someone into out of their ignorance, so to speak.
No,
If
I
you
don't think so.
understand.
I don't think so. I don't think so. That was the majority of people will remain in the belief system. We can share the information and talk, but at the end of the day, they don't care. They don't even respect Kemet. They discriminate all the time. They discriminate all the time. I mean, they dis it hard, man. I'm telling you, they just don't give a damn. The Kemetic way, the traditional African way of life, they don't pay no mind. They kind of tolerate, the three Abrahamic belief system amongst each other, and that's about it. And the rest, they just don't care. Now, the Chinese people, whatever they deal with, Buddhism or whatever belief system they have, and Hinduism in India, they're so numerous, they're millions, so nobody's gonna bother them. But we are a minority, so they're gonna holler at us and diss us. We have to be selective. We have to be. We should not do any melting pot. And once again, Pan Africanism, you have all those belief systems, and it's just incompatible. I mean, even the
Yeah,
Muslim one themselves.
okay. So
Yeah.
now you so this just a conversation here, right? So you saying that that's basically it's time to discard the word Pan Africanism as any type
Oh,
of word.
I,
Hold on,
I'm.
I'm not saying that that's really what you're saying, but I'm just
mm.
saying you're saying that we need another identifying marker for what we're trying to do, basically. And if
I,
or let me ask you, do you have an identifying marker for what you're talking about?
well, I consider myself Kemetic, and I think Kemetic people should uh, uh, ally with each other, and grow together. You know what I'm saying? And that's what all the other people do. You know what I'm saying? People can call it spirituality or religion. At least if we can be under that banner and move forward.
I could agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't even have a disagreement with that
Mm,
title either. You know
mm.
what I'm saying? Um, I just use Pan Africanism because that's kind of like was the first beacon of revolution against the oppression that we was dealing with.
Yeah,
Right?
you can say that. And some
It
others will say,
actually is. I mean, in our
well, some
time
people
from
will say Haiti, 1804, with the voodoo ceremony of Bois Caïman. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean,
you see me. Hold on, though, Shock. I know you from Haiti or something, right?
well, some people might feel like it's because I'm Haitian
Okay,
I'm saying that, but once
is
again, we
that
have
where
the
you
what?
from?
Check. Yeah, you didn't know? My
Yeah, I know.
parents
I'm
were
just
born
saying.
over
So you
there.
from Haiti, so I get that, but that's
No,
all
but
encompasses off into the Pan
but
Africanism.
no,
We don't
no,
denounce
that's
what
way before
happened
Pan
in
Africanism.
France.
That's
Matter of fact,
1804. There was no such thing as Pan Africanism
yeah,
then.
yeah, I got it. But I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
we use that as a beacon for Pan Africanism as well. What happened in Haiti?
Pan Africans, they use everything, and they defend the rapists and the pedophile. I'm sorry to say that, and it's not all of them. The ones in charge, they know they don't care as long as they get their paper.
Well, they definitely need to clean house. I mean, I
They
would
will
say
not clean
that.
house because they get paper. They get paid. This the guy that I showed you, who shows a painting of allegedly Prophet Muhammad, which comes from the Nuwabians, and says that this is a portrait, from the companions, and he even said he has depictions when Muhammad was even younger, which is a lie. He never showed it. You know what I'm saying? Most Pan African scholars, they associate themselves with it. They do conferences together. You know, how are you going to do conference? That's what. See, I'm not being biased when I talk about the hemo effects and all that. When it's pseudo, I cannot stand people. I mean, if you have a
Yeah, I
premise,
definitely see what I'm saying. You
and it's
saying
it's
clean
it's
up.
not it's not it's not really accurate. There's some mistakes here and there, but to come with a huge like, allies in indigenous African god,
Right.
allies in the Egyptian text, and people act like they haven't heard anything, like it's not that serious. And
Well,
then
some
they're
people
probably
don't
gonna say,
know.
"Oh, our people are dying." That's pseudo as heck, and we look bad. The,
But
the
what I'm
other people
saying,
look at us.
Shaka, you got to realize that some people have not read don't know what you know. Most of 99.9% of the people don't know the meta nature
No,
that's
hold on,
happening.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, please. When somebody says Allah is in the Egyptian text, you don't have to know the meta nature to state that it's pseudo.
No,
When
but
so,
listen what I'm saying though. In the context of what he is or what people perceive him to be, is some type of a linguist. What that's what he's portraying himself as. We
he
think
used
that
to,
he hold
he
on.
used to,
We think, or we thought. Let me
yeah.
put past tense.
Well, people
We
thought,
thought that he had went into the text and found this himself. Until we have people that other experts qualify to come in, like yourself, and dispute it and let the people know that what he's doing is not right. You see what I'm
yeah, but
saying?
but but
Everybody doesn't even have the methodology. We don't even know how to go and research this stuff to
Yeah,
find
but
out
like
what some of us just take people on face value, right?
yeah, but we shouldn't do that. Like
Right.
Smash Rock when I play the audio, you know, when I mean I don't know.
That's what they depend on, though,
What
right?
what wait, wait, I'm gonna play. It's important for people to hear it. Because that was years ago, you know. Um I'm gonna go there. I've played it before. I played it. I'm gonna share the link in the chat also. I'm gonna put so-called linguists. Share the screen.
You all,
Let me share the screen.
E. Wallace Budge did not do a linguistic analysis. There's very few books.
So
on
he's
a
not a.
linguistic
I'm saying,
analysis
what
of
are you?
the
Are you a linguist? Are you really a linguist?
Yeah, because I
You
do
are.
linguistics.
Where did you graduate from linguistic land? You
I-
disqualifying
first of
all
all,
real linguists.
this
You disqualifying Dr. Ricchetti
no,
Army.
no,
You
no, no, no.
disqualifying
See, listen.
Clyde
Matter
Winters,
of fact,
E.A. Wallace
this is
Budge.
how
I'm
I
just saying.
demonstrate. This is,
Who cool?
listen, Jonathan.
And then you ain't even really a linguist.
Jonathan, let's do something real quick, and I'm going to refute what you're saying. I'm going to show you something because you don't read linguistics, you don't study linguistics. You make
That's not true.
sweeping
You
statements.
know that's not
Listen
true.
to me. Listen to me. You make
keep lying.
sweeping
You know that's
statements
not
because you
true.
think that you think that you're making intelligent critiques on something.
But
Just
you have to
because
explain
a
why
whole
I'm
bunch
not.
of-
Go
Listen to
ahead.
me. Listen to me. Just because a whole bunch of people say something doesn't mean it's true. We have this saying that demonstration beats conversation every day. You make the argument of fallacy. Listen to me. When you make an argument, you always do this logical fallacy, which is appeal to authority.
No, this is what you're
And
doing.
so-
You're talking about the argument. Let's talk about the nuances between whichever Bantu language is closer to Coptic.
No.
Let's
I
do
would
that
ask the
right now.
question,
You don't
and I'm
want to
gonna
do
ask the
that.
question.
Because I hit you with
I'm
like
asking
200
the question.
comments. You
Listen.
didn't say nothing.
Listen.
The grammar, the syntax, everything is the same exact thing of late Egyptian. Period. They added the definite article pa to Coptic the same way they added it to late Egyptian. You don't want to address none of those nuances. All of the suffocation for pronouns is exactly the same. All the numbers is exactly the same. They got 7 characters that represent
Hold on.
You talking
I'm
nonsense.
gonna read right here.
Bro, so can I ask you something?
Listen, don't interrupt. Go ahead. Now, for people who don't study and who are outside of the field, they think that because something is written that it is law because they don't have the means by which to critique
But you
what it
keep
is
doing
that
that
they're
a
reading.
loop talk and you
So
ain't no linguist.
listen. I'm about to read
You
something.
outside the
And I
field.
posted this. Listen, brother, I let you talk.
You are
Now,
outside the field.
I'm about to read something here that lets people know that just because stuff is written doesn't mean that is the case. So
Okay. I had enough. That was years ago. And I think it's in that video, and I've shared it in the link where it says, I'm a linguist because I do linguistics. Smash told him, that's Smash Rockwell, for those who don't know, he told him, you are outside of the field. And he goes, oh, just because a bunch of people say something, it doesn't make it, just because something is written, it doesn't make it true. The dude's been sued for years. And I don't know if people caught it, but he was like, you're talking about Bantu is closer to the Meta Nature than the Coptic. This is what the guy used to say. It's the same guy who apparently said that the Sumerians, like Niger, I mean, the crazy things he said, I mean, over the years. How come someone can claim to have a title he hasn't earned? Yesterday, I heard Sanetta talking about he's gonna try to interview Walter Williams. He said, Dr. Walter Williams. Where does the doctor come from? On Walter Williams' book, does he say doctor? Does he say PhD? Why do we say doctor? So, we look so bad. We look so bad. The other people look at us. Other people don't do that. You ain't gonna have no European or Chinese or Indian, and the dude he says Doctor so and so. He doesn't have any. People want to ask you, where did you graduate from? So this is wrong. This is this is fraudulent. And we can do better than that. But then some people, they have crews, they have teams, they have some interest. But it's really sad when people claim to have titles that they never had. You know what I'm saying? Now,
But we just,
why?
like I said,
Yeah.
everything right now that we dealing, or I'm trying to gain understanding on is how do we begin to start to set a standard or start to put these particular rulings that we would like to see into play to where we could really start putting something in together that's that we need to have a understanding on. Like if
Well,
we're going to call ourselves, like you said, that's a good word that you use, comedic. Even though it's been bastardized and demonized.
yeah.
For you to stand strong on that, that's what it's supposed to be. But
And we can use other terms. You can use, followers of Kemet, followers of Ma'ad. There's many other terms you can use. But keep going, brother.
you saying so, but you're saying using something of dealing with the origins of our history.
Yeah, I mean, Kemetic is.
But see, now watch this. Okay, now
term
let
more
me give
familiar
you something right here, Shaka. For pushback, people will say, "But you ain't from Kemet, though, right?"
And I'm glad you said that, brother.
I'm just giving you something.
Yeah.
How they do it. So
Yeah,
let's see how you
I'm
gonna
glad you said
respond
that.
to that.
Once again, when somebody says I'm a black Muslim, we don't say, "Oh, but from Arabia." When somebody says I'm a Hebrew Israelite, we don't say,
Okay,
from
exactly.
Jerusalem, from Israel. Those are just talking points. Because we are a minority, they tell us those talking points. Oh, we're not from Kemet, we're from West Africa. But then they talk to an African brother. You talk to your people, I talk to my people. Those are just talking points. Those guys, they don't give a damn, man. Those guys don't give a damn about what we're
That
talking
was an
about. They don't
excellent
care about Kemet.
response. I
They
liked
don't
it
care
there.
about Ma'at. And that's the reality. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we heard some of them say F Kemet, F. The guy, I don't have anything against him. Sometimes he comes on my platform in the chat. He said F the Medu Nature. You have to be very angry to tell somebody F your language. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He said F. I played it before. He said F the Medu Nature. You know what I'm saying? Those guys, I mean, some of them, they just don't like
Okay, but
Kemet. They really hate Kemet.
let me say, Shaka. Now, one thing we got to do is put this world in context, right? Like of what we've been dealing with. I'm from Texas. Texas didn't become a part of America to 1840 something, right? So that ain't nothing but a little bit less than 200 years from where we are right now. So just to say that, or we look at Africa, Europeans didn't get into the interior of Africa till the 1800s, right?
You like to go way back, but let's talk about
That's not way back. I said the 1800s. It's AD. I didn't say 1800 BCE.
Yeah, I know.
I'm talking about the interior Africa. They didn't enslave. They didn't colonize and enslave Africa, the totality of Africa.
But that's 2 centuries ago. That's
you see what I'm saying?
200
so
years
when we
ago.
say that what we can do, we can't take that and reverse that. That was only 200 years of history. We can reverse that and put and shape our situation the way we want to. That's just getting back to what I'm not really trying to harp on that. What I'm saying is I don't never want us to say that we can't get back on to a respectable place or respectable standing in this world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but in order to do that, like I said, we have to be selective. We have,
right.
Because
I agree.
We had those guys, pseudos, plagiarizers, liars, and still to this day, oh, that's my buddy. Oh, but we cool. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Now, if someone makes a mistake, it is a mistake. But you have guys for 10 years, they've been pseudos, 10 years they've been lying, 10 years they've been plagiarizing, and they still get a pass. No. Other people talk about, I'm not those guys' age. I'm whatever 50 plus, and they behave like teenagers, and they get a pass for whatever reason, because those guys have certain status within a community, and that is a conscious community where there is no standard in the conscious community.
This the mission. Then we have to create the standards that we want to see. I don't want us to continue with circular arguments. We really have something to do here because, like the brother was saying, his time is short here. I'm 53. My time is short here. And I'm a paraplegic. I'm in a wheelchair, just to let you know. So no sympathies on that. Yeah. What I'm talking about and bringing that into context is time is short. right?
Mm,
So to be playing on here, and we are grown men, I
mm,
find it very disrespectful. You know what I'm
mm.
saying? We already figured out the chronology of history. From that, what do we do with that information so that we can leave the next generation not as confused as we were?
Mm. But get the knowledge, share the knowledge, support the knowledge, apply the knowledge. So even if it's on your own, you can try to learn the meta nature and maybe teach it to your children. You
Right.
know,
Well, what I for me personally in my own particular circles, I've already made clear the chronology of history to my people. Right. Um, unapologetically. I know cuts around it. My family, my mother, all the way. If she didn't want to hear it, I had to tell her because I love her. My sister, before she transitioned, I didn't want her to transition without the truth. Right. My aunt and all this is a beautiful culture that we just throwing away that can free us mentally from the our enslavement of what
mm,
someone else has have provided to us. I
mm.
don't understand why we're wasting time dealing with that old information when we have new information that we need to try to figure out how to imply. And
But
like Jabari is doing, I
yeah,
agree with Jabari as far as opening up a temple because that's what they closed. Why did they
yeah,
close down
that's
those
what,
temples
yeah,
for a reason?
yeah.
Before the temples was closed, what was our position in the world?
Mm,
Our
mm,
position was number one. So if
mm,
they close it down, what does that mean? We need
mm,
to reopen our own religious structure with
mhm,
our own. When we put money into our own taxation
mm,
for our people, it goes to straight Africa. That's what
mm.
we need to do, and we need to use that to fund our military, to fund our schooling, education, and everything else that we need to do.
Yeah,
We
but
use
we
that money for our coffers to get ourselves back into prominence.
mm,
And if you're
and
talking about that we don't need to open up a temple, you're against Africa. That's the way I see it.
well, I mean, however they feel is however they feel. But Jabari, I mean, it's been years. I haven't heard any scandal. I haven't heard him, scamming people, stealing from people. He carries
Right.
himself well, you know, even though he's being attacked on a very regular basis. So at this point, if some people feel like, okay, which organization should I join? It appears that his organization is a good one to join. You know what I'm saying? And if other people don't feel that way, then they might as well, start their own organization. I mean, you can start with two, being two, and then you will eventually grow. But if we don't have any organization, we don't have much. That's the reality of it. The Hebrew
Okay,
Israelites is, yeah. Go ahead, brother.
let me ask you, Shaka.
Mm.
Historically, what do we see as what was the first tribe that's documented as being the Kemetic tribe?
I really don't know. I mean, Nama, that's 3000 BC or 3100 BC.
Okay,
You
so
know,
what do we see
but
on the Norman's palette?
well, we see he's defeating, some enemies. Some people say they are it's an Asiatics. Other people say it's a black person. We know, what I mean. But before the Nama palette, we have, names of kings, pre-dynasty kings.
Okay,
So there
but
are some
okay,
things.
but what I'm saying, okay, but
Mm,
when you look on the Norman's palette in the procession, you see the tribe of Heru as one of the tribes,
well, I'm
right?
not sure if the word used is for tribe. It probably followers of
Yeah,
Heru.
yeah,
Shemsu
whatever,
Heru.
the
Yes,
gnome
yes,
or whatever,
yeah.
whatever
Followers of Heru,
army
probably. Yeah.
brigade that they were,
Yes, yes.
it was that particular,
Hmm.
for modern construct, we will say the
Hmm.
tribe of Heru.
Hmm.
They have these standards
Well,
to
it's,
let you
it's, it's
know,
probably best to say followers because if we're
yeah,
talking about
followers.
Shemsu, yes, Shemsu Heru, followers of Heru, yes.
Okay, well that would be okay. That's great
If
for
if that is on the Nama Panel, because I'm not sure if it's on the Nama Palet, but there is this Shemsu Her or Shemsu Hor, Shemsu Heru. That's something that's written, in
and
Kemet.
see that correction is beautiful, brother. Like, oh man, don't be saying that, and oh man, you then we just go into a 10-minute argument. See what I'm saying? This is what I hear on a lot of these other platforms, but I know you know the language, and if you
Mm-hmm.
were to correct me based on, they call themselves the followers,
Mm-hmm.
that's great. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I'm learning something,
Mm-hmm.
you know, another word to use besides tribe,
Yeah,
right?
Shemsu,
So the
Shemsu.
so the
But
followers
but
of Hey,
but there is a word for tribe slash clan, but that is used for other population. Now, if that word was used for some uh, uh, ancient Egyptians or the Mej, I don't know it all, but I know that word is used like for like some Nubians, for example, because you we know Nubia, but they had different like
So let me
tribe of
ask you,
clan.
Shaka. So based on you being able to read the language, do you think that would help you to reconstruct um a temple, or some type of information to where you could do it in a better way? You know what I mean? Like say
I mean,
like for instance, my question is like this. Okay, they had a followers in one known that followed one particular cult or whatever, temple, and then the other one could be following a whole nother temple. How does that work? And do you know what is the understanding of that? You know what I'm saying? Because then another known, they would be following a different God, right?
well, that's what many people say many
So
times,
I would like,
that
how do you understand that from what
yeah,
you?
a lot of people say that each gnome will have its own deity, but I think it's a chief deity, like the
Okay,
main deity. I don't think that on the 42 different gnomes, then they will all worship 42 different deities exclusively. And I say I don't think. I'm not
okay,
affirming anything, but at the end of the day, we have sufficient writings to have a good grasp of what was going on. Now we were not inside of the temples. We have several depictions, of
right.
priests, the opening of the mouth, several rituals, how they were dressed, and then it depends. How do we want to do? Do we want to do it exactly like they used to do and dress the same way? We can try, but there will always be some things that we don't know, you know,
Okay.
and we cannot be purist because there's some guy I don't want to name. Is like, yeah, but you have to deal with the Meroitic script, you have to deal with Kush. If you listen to those guys, you have to study all the fields: anthropology, linguistics, archaeology, all the fields in the world. And then when you be like a 98 years old, ready to die, then you can start kicking knowledge. So yeah, I mean, some people, I'm telling you, but
He
once
said
again,
90. Yeah, because
yeah,
the requirements that these guys are
yeah,
asking, I told you I'm 53.
and
That's
mind
why
you,
I'm hesitant on learning the better than that.
mind
I
you,
don't think I got that much time to be
the
trying to
people
figure out
say
the
that,
better than that at this
yeah,
point.
they're not necessarily saying you need to go to the field officially, but they don't. It's okay. I don't want people to think that I'm obsessed with one person. You know what I'm saying? Because you listen to those people, they act like you said their name to be relevant. That's why I'm not trying to put their names in the mix. But brother, are you close to Houston? Because the Pharaoh she's in Houston.
No, I'm in the DFW area. I'm right in
Oh,
Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington to
oh,
be
okay,
exact.
okay. Mhm. But it is achievable for us to get somewhere. But if we look closely, we have plenty of people, and lately it's been black people, regardless of their religion, who's trying to deter our people from being dealing with Kemet. They don't put that same energy like
Hmm.
to say, oh, don't go into Christianity, don't go into Islam. Kemet is like the number one enemy to them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about the black one. I'm not talking about the non-black Christian, non-black Muslims, non-black Jew, Hebrew Israelites. You don't really have that much time to spend. You know.
Yeah, it's the most dangerous of them all because it's the one that frees you from those Abrahamic thoughts.
Well, financially, ultimately, they really know that it is it can be very problematic because when you have millions of people that go to a holy site every year, that's a huge gain that could be lost. It's no joke, and this money will help the said population to thrive. You know what I'm saying? And there's
Hmm.
some things that need to be said with the music as well. We have bad examples in terms of the words that are said, the behavior, the spending
Exactly.
habits. Many times people say that African Americans are the biggest spenders ever. That the dollar barely stays in the community before it leaves, where with other communities stays like a week or longer. The just the fake hair alone. I don't know if you brought the scene that documentary by Chris Rock. It's $1 billion a year industry, just the fake hair alone.
Well, we
And
don't
in
want to
that,
go to war, Shaka. That's the
yeah,
problem.
but we can state what the problems are and propose solution, and then
Right.
eventually act on it. Because
I
in that,
got a solution for that right there, right now. We can go on
okay,
and
was
get started. Okay, for right now, we already see that the Asians, for some kind of way, we don't know how they did it, but they took over the women's hair care products
I can tell you
market.
why. I can tell you why.
Hold on. But no matter how they did it, how can we reverse that? You know what I'm saying? That's the
Well,
first question that we have, right?
we should encourage our sisters to wear
Go
a natural
natural.
hair. Yes,
Well,
exactly.
guess what? When they go natural, then they shift and go to natural products as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. Because let me say when shea butter, we made shea butter popular. It started to get popular around 2005. Now you see shea butter in all kinds of products that Europeans make. That never happened before. You can go look right now. Johnson & Johnson got shea butter. They never had shea butter until we popularized. So what we're dealing with is these people are culture vultures, or they're very savvy and paying attention and keeping their ears to the streets of what we do and capitalizing off of it. So even if we do that, we do make a shift, they are capitalizing off of the shifts that we make, and we still wind up being the consumers of the same products that we need for natural hair or whatever we do, bro. So we got to be smart in what the hell we doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at this as a warrior, because that's what we in.
But what you're saying is true. But once again, if you have an organization that has like 100, 150 plus members, then you make your own shea butter or you import it from an African country. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Those things are not impossible.
Yeah, and we have to have the due diligence to tell our people, no matter what the hell's going on, we don't buy shea butter unless it's from our people.
Hey, let me ask a question. Let me ask a question right quick on this shea butter. Now, I've heard a lot of comical jokes made about it, and you know, I want to ask, what is it and the purpose of it? But right after the answer, I want to say one more thing. And up here in the Panhandle, I know my camera and my phone look like it's doing pretty good. The sun's going down and darkness is starting to fall on us up here, and I gotta really get a lot of my stuff in, my mowers and a lot of other stuff. Get it, just covered up and stuff, because darkness is coming. But and I want to ask this question too, James, because I know a little something about Texas. Now, I believe Dallas is more southern than Amarillo, Texas, but I used to stay in New Mexico, right there near the Panhandle of Texas, and it was a little small town in New Mexico, and I don't know if you know it, but it was called Clovis, New Mexico. My father was stationed at an Air Force base there in Clovis, but we used to play football, and we played teams over in the Panhandle of Texas. And a lot of them down south in New Mexico too. But do you know the area of Amarillo, Texas?
Yeah, one of my girlfriends that just made her transition, she was from Amarillo. So
yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm aware of Amarillo, definitely.
Well, I used to stay out there. I know we used to get snow, but one thing about that area is that it's dry and dusty in the summertime.
It's in the desert. You're actually in the desert.
Man, it gets hot now, but it's dry and dusty. I remember all that as a kid. But back to shea butter. What's the use of that? I mean, what do they use it for?
It's skincare products. You can use it in your hair. You can use it in multiple ways of using it. But it comes from basically African from Africa, West Africa. I don't want to just put it in West Africa, but it's an old African moisturizer and things the way that we use and created. But it became popular once we started being able to globally communicate on the internet. And then once that happened, then like I said, the European industries got wind of it and started creating products based off of what the consumer need or is. And now they've actually bought some of the African products out. They bought them out and actually incorporated it up into their businesses. So it's just crazy how
they're reaping the benefits of it now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've taken over that industry. Even the
How long
Asians,
they sell it How long have they been doing us like that? Mahat and James. Just think
Oh,
about it.
I'm sorry.
They've been doing us like that forever, man.
Oh, there go the
Yeah,
queen.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we have our sister RP. Feel free to speak, sister RP, and then we can get back to
I'm
the question.
I'm
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
bow. I'm gonna bow, y'all.
Okay.
Continue
Uh,
continue the conversation, man. I really
yeah,
enjoyed it, but like I
yeah,
say, I gotta close up shop here.
Yeah,
But
it was
Mahat,
good
I'm
speaking
always
to.
out.
yeah. Thank you for
Likewise,
calling in,
man.
Elder.
Likewise. Yeah,
All right.
likewise. Hey, y'all keep doing what you're doing though, because I'm always have my ear on you. And James, I'm always checking you out, man, because you be putting down some heavy conversation that makes sense, just like my aunt. So y'all keep doing what you're doing, and things are gonna get better for you, my aunt. I just can feel that.
Me too.
Thank you, Elder.
All right,
All
all
right,
right,
yeah,
peace.
peace, man. I hope you come back on the platform, man. It was
I
great
hope you come back
to
as well.
finally, speak with you.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna try to do that. I'm a little uh I kind
Camera
of hold
shy.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, but man,
A
man,
little
man, me too. As you can see, it's kind of dark in here, but I'm just real. I got a lot of melanin. You know what I mean?
yeah. Hey, I got a lot of it too.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
real
yeah.
dark,
Yeah,
but
you, if it,
I'm gonna tell you.
when Rod go there, we ain't gonna see you no more.
Yeah, so hey, back in the day, the young ladies used to call me chocolate, man. I was just so dark, you know what I mean? But
Mhm.
it's all good because I learned from James Brown years after that hey, to say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, and it taught
Mhm.
me about our color. I ain't got nothing against the other colors, but don't be ashamed of you being black, no matter what tone or color you are, because
Mhm.
black is beautiful. Good evening and peace.
Peace, my
Peace.
brother. All right. Yes, Annette E.T.
Let me mute out my granddaughter crying.
Okay. Hotep Senate RP. Oh, we don't hear you, sister. We don't hear you.
Can you hear me?
And then now we can hear you. Hotep
Okay.
Senate.
Hotep, Hotep Sini, Garay Fair.
Getting it fair, yes.
Well, at least over
Do
here,
you?
I can't remember what
Well,
time it is.
it is 2 a.m. right now, so it's probably evening time for you as well.
It's time for you to go to bed soon.
Oh no, I
Um,
don't work tomorrow. I'm good.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
hello, Pan African James. Nice to see you. You know what you? It's
Peace,
not that you're
Queen.
dark. You just need a light over there in that corner. That's
No,
all. Where you at?
my eye, that light, for some reason, it's really damaging my eyes right now. So,
Oh, I got you. I
right.
understand. I wanted to chime in. I saw you've been on for a while, so I was like, let me jump in before you get off when you was talking about celebrating Kwanzaa. And then y'all started talking about the hair. So, real quick about the hair thing, I haven't researched it thoroughly, but I did read an article about a beauty supply in New Orleans that was owned by a black person, and they talked about how he came into owning the business, and basically someone Korean told him that they would sell him the rest of his inventory for like maybe half or maybe a third of what he paid. But the guy asked the black person not to tell anybody that he did that. Don't name me, because he was going to be castigated by the other Koreans if they found out that he did him that favor. And then further in the article, they spoke about how it was basically during the Reagan administration that they did some treaties to make it where Korea and I think China, or maybe not China, but some other Asian country in Korea would be the main exporter of human hair. And then it bled into or led up to just the overall um, production and selling of so-called, black beauty supplies. And it's insulting because I've been doing research on chemicals to avoid, and there are so many chemicals just in hair products that can. Okay, so I just learned about DMDM. That is another form of formaldehyde that was in a leave-in conditioner when I went to the beauty supply. Like I just went because you see I'm natural, so I don't use typical stuff, but I went to like get maybe something to wrap my hair or whatever. And then I got curious and I was looking at a product that I thought, I was like, their conditioner is okay. Maybe the rest of their line is okay. No, just their conditioner. But the leave-in has a type of formaldehyde in it. There's benzophenone, and that has different types of uh, chemistries as well, like 4 or 5. Those cause an interruption to the endocrine system. And so, mind you, the beauty supply don't just sell stuff for black females, it still sells stuff for black men too. So you know how people back in the day used to want the S curl, like the men used to want what they call a texturizer. So you're talking about stuff like that, stuff that's for so-called locks that has this crazy stuff in it. So they're literally killing us with chemicals with this beauty supply stuff. So when it comes to the overall thing of celebration, we need to, I guess, ask what are we celebrating? Because found out, yeah, yeah, they don't, and I'm be honest with you, like most people don't read labels. They don't read labels, and if they buy a product, sometimes they don't even question why a label does or does not have a label. But we need to figure out what we celebrating overall when it comes to holidays, the way we present ourselves. It sounds like we still caught in celebrating ego, sorry, wrong E word, Eurocentricity. We celebrating being dominated. We haven't had that overall like snap moment, like, oh snap, this ain't even our stuff. Like this is it's not even me to be out here with straight hair forcibly. It's one thing if it come out of your hair straight or head straight. And it's one thing, okay, every now and then people may straighten their hair or whatever, but to have that the norm, and then to also, like Paul Mooney told this one lady, he was being interviewed by, he was like, you got a good job, you got a corporate job. She's like, how you know that? He's like,
Your
because
hair's
your hair's
relaxed.
straight. He said,
Yeah.
yeah, your hair's
When your
relaxed.
hair's
White people
happy, they're
relax.
not happy. Yeah.
So there you have it. And I scare white people. It's a fact. And I mean, to a degree, I take pleasure in that. I admit, but at the same time, I appreciate more the fact that I'm able to just be myself, unabashed, right? And whatever the reaction is, it is. But now going to things we celebrate, I'm from New Orleans. I tell you what, honey, it is a thing every year toward the end of like February to what, March, April, whatever. I don't keep
Mardi
up no
Gras.
more. Mardi Gras. Let's talk about it. And a friend of mine was reading a book about Louis Armstrong, who they also call Pops. So the name of the book is Pops. And he was sharing with me how Louis Armstrong started playing trumpet at a very young age, and they would literally grab black children off the street that would be playing for change and was like, hey, you got to march in this parade for to entertain the white people and to entertain the people that's producing the parade. And then I found out that it was compulsory for the marching bands to participate in these Mardi Gras parades. I used to play trumpet as well. I named my trumpet after Louis Armstrong. I named it King Louis. So here I am marching, and we marching for miles and miles and miles. And I remember this one parade, we got on the bus and they were like, yeah, after we finish the route, it's going to go into the convention center, and we got to go around the convention center twice after doing this 5-6 mile parade, y'all. Blowing the instrument, no bathroom breaks in New Orleans, and it's a little bit of everything, like people throwing stuff. It's crazy for the delight of white people. My guy even read an article last year that the crew of Rex, I don't know if they mean Oedipus Rex or what, but the crew of Rex put out saying some kind of declaration about Mardi Gras, and it just proves that there are people in the city that we never see that are in control of not just the politics but the minds. To have a group of people come out with some declaration and put it in the newspaper about what they're going to do, they don't worry, our future plans won't be held down by COVID. You're not talking to a person like me. I'm I can't join the crew of Rex. Nobody watching this probably can join that unless you are white and your family was into some plantation slavery. And yet here we are, New Orleans, Mobile, Brazil, where Trinidad, all the islands, whatever. And then I know they have some other islands that don't do carnival or carnival or Mardi Gras. I don't know what Junkanoo is. I'm not going to put it down. I just know some people from the Bahamas that they mention it. And they say it's like Mardi Gras. Here we are shaking our butt somewhere in the world for the delight of white people who let people put chemicals in our hair products, who sell us the worst of the worst, market the worst of the worst cigarettes to us, alcohol. Alcohol will dissolve you. It's a dissolvent. It's a solvent. You know what I'm saying? And then all this other stuff, all these little, I'm not trying to spout, but nuances that are matriculated together into the system of racism, white supremacy. And last I was told by people older than me, some here still, some not, one of the people activities in that system is religion. And they understand religion is one of the ways to control people. And then one of the other ways to control people is through sex. So we got holidays literally tied to your root chakra and sex, the creation part of you, so it can trick your mind. And then you have this religiosity with tradition and ritual and yada, yada, yada. Nobody talks about where it comes from. When I went to mass, I would hear the priest talking in Latin. I'm asking, what is this man saying? Somebody? Are y'all going to dictate? The nuns wouldn't tell them, oh, it don't matter. And then guess what the priest did one time? He literally did you know how you go shoo, shoo, shoo in the opening of the ways? He had a big thing of incense on a chain. And he was like, to the east, to the west. I said, oh, in this paganism at the time, and nobody would, well, no, because the priest did. Come on, y'all. So we could come up with some new holidays, maybe, if we practice enough of this. That thing at the top is backward. It says Sankofa. If we learn enough about the past to maybe reinstitute certain things, like you were talking about a holiday of the reeds. I didn't know about that. So if we learn enough and then use materials around us, since we're not surrounded by reeds, maybe we could emulate it somehow and let people know this isn't it exactly. But no, we shouldn't be celebrating no European holidays, and definitely I would say not Kwanzaa, because once I learned everything when you mentioned Karanga, I looked it up for myself. Hey guys, they said this man stuck curling irons or something in people. What he did, like something like that, like he inserted things. I don't give
Yeah,
a hoot.
I think you said hose pipe. That was Dale Jones, and the iron. I think that was in the mouth. But
Okay, so what else do we need? What else do we need? And then on top of that, like Paul Mooney said again, I may not know about the space program, but I know a menorah when I see one. So
mm,
why I'm gonna celebrate Kwanzaa when it's obviously based off? It's got Judaism as the basis. You
Yeah,
know,
see, but I'm just saying it took us a minute to figure that out, Shaka, over here in America. You don't understand. We didn't even know what the hell he was doing. It just popped up probably. I don't know what year it popped up in Texas, but it just popped up like in the 80s. We didn't even know what was going on.
Mm.
Just
Yeah,
think
but
in the '80s, in the '80s, I'm like,
mm,
I'm in my teens, so
but
I'm
but
like, I don't really know what's going on, but whatever. You know what I'm
mm,
saying? And
but
then later on, once I get the history and to really start to really just look into it, I'm like, nah, we can't do that.
mm,
So that's pretty much what's going on. Like the sister there, she said she had once she looked into it, and plus you gave her a little information, it was a no go. So
mm,
you just gotta understand that a
yeah.
lot of us just don't we celebrate stuff that just like Christmas that we don't
Mm.
understand.
But the article is from 2012,
Hmm.
and probably before the article, some people have stated, okay, that's not African, and plus the guy did this and that. But when we talk about the biggest black movements, it's kind of fading a little bit, but Afrocentricity has been big, like probably in the 90s and stuff like that, maybe. But Molefe Asante, very well respected professor, he has been defending Kwanzaa until this day. He's still defending Kwanzaa. And the article will read that he wrote a book in honor of Karenga because Karenga wasn't happy about another book made about him. I had a conversation in email with Molefe Asante, and I brought up the article by Mukasa Africa Mad, and he stated, and I think at one point maybe Mukasa Africa Mad, oh no, I think it's a response. So let me look for it so people can see it. So I'm gonna put Mukasa Africa Maat Mulefe Asante. I didn't write it properly. Africa Maat Mulefe Asante. There it is. So I'm gonna share the link first. Title is a bit long. If the whole thing is gonna fit, but if it doesn't, yeah, I'll first put the title, then I'll put the link. So it's still Mukasa Africa Ma's blog. This is the title. An open letter to Modefi Asante and Molana Karenga, men who are geniuses and academic gods by Mukasa Africa Mad. And then I share the link and I'm gonna share the screen. Oh, why is it I cannot enlarge it? What's going on now? What the heck? Okay. So he's put the statement, the question that I asked Modefi Asante, because when I brought up the article by Mukasa Africa Mad, he said, Modefi Asante, the professor, he used the term agent provocateurs. So I told him, so basically you cannot point out one single thing that is factual about Kwanzaa, but yet you said that Mukasa is on the wrong path, but it is factual. But sorry, but if it is factual, then there is nothing wrong about truth. I think it's a shame that you are promoting a Jewish holiday, passing it as a black one, you know. But I don't know if in the article is gonna say if I put agent.
Okay, so Shaka, this right here is your
Yeah, you
correspondence.
see,
This is your
yeah.
correspondence with someone.
Uh, no, this is Mukasa Africa's article in response to the conversation that I had, the email conversation, and here
Okay.
actually it touches on that. He sees, see back then I had the video, but I'm sure if I click on it, it doesn't work. That was back then, but he says where Molefi, hold on. In 2004, I documented that Molefi Asante is responsible at best as a scholar. My 2012 essay, Karenka's Hunting Ghosts on Monana Karenga, was much more scathing. When Chaka Ndugu came at email corresponded to Molefi Asante and asked him to prove wrong my research about Kwanzaa, he instead made false allegations about me and abruptly ended the conversation because I remember he said, "This conversation is over," something like that. That correspondence can be found out, so that's the link. But once again, I'm gonna click on it for the record. But I'm sure that was a previous account. Yeah, there it is. This is because that was years ago. Well, Molefi called me an agent provocateur. Instead of addressing the question about Kwanzaa, Molefi called me an agent for attempting to spoil the work of an African genius. However, his best friend, the genius, is historically documented as an agent of the FBI. See the essay, Karenga's until goes for detail. If Asante was a man of character, surely he would not be so cozy with a man who raped at least two black women, held them hostage, and was a known agent. If Asante was a man of character, surely he would not have spawned these fraudulent ideas about his Afrocentricity. If these two characters, Asante and Karenga, were men of character, surely they would have corrected their fraud ideas and theories, which they have used wittingly or unwittingly to mislead an entire movement. One has tried to glorify himself as the father of an idea that was thousands of years old before he was born. The other has tried to pound off a Jewish and Christian holiday glossed over in red, black, and green Crayola. Modifi made a statement about me to Shakandugu Kemet. I do not know. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think there's a K missing. I do not know you, but I do know agent provocateurs who are seeking to degrade our greatest leaders and thinkers. Who is Mukasa? Molefi said that I was on the wrong path because I dared to question him and Karenga, an African genius. Shaka sent Molefi the debate which I had with Western Muhammad about Islam and versus Ma'at because you see, Molefi was grandstanding like, who is Mukasa? So I said, here he is. And I showed the debate that Brother Mukasa Africa had with Dr. Western Muhammad. And on top of that, um, it was a ironic question because Mukasa Africa used to be a student of his, you know. So what's it, Muhammad? Yeah, about Islam versus Maat, of which Wesley has refused to debate me again to this very day, and he has never responded to my essay entitled Western Muhammad, Louis Farrakhan, Black Muslim Apologist and Falsification of African History. Nonetheless, Mulefi asked who I am, so let me tell him. So okay, he's gonna go on, but I don't have a full conversation. I might have it somewhere on my emails, but the main point is that um when Molefe Asante said that Mukasa was wrong and on the wrong path, then I asked him to say what was wrong. If you say it's wrong, then just say what is wrong about his article. But obviously, he didn't want to get in that area, that arena, And I think it's a shame, and it is disingenuous because we have Molefe Asante is a very well respected scholar. It has a very large audience. We're talking about math. Why do you defend something that is fraudulent? And there was a video of Molefe Asante where he was talking about, the controversy regarding Kwanzaa. And I remember him starting off by saying, well, people say that it's a man-made holiday, but all holidays are man-made. You can say all holidays are man-made. Those talking points. How many holidays people take from a culture and present it as being from another culture? But now that I'm saying that, probably some people are going to be like, well, here go that guy again, want to challenge the elder and disrespect the elders who have put in work for so many years and blah 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 blah. Wrong is wrong. Right is right. Wrong is wrong.
I don't know. I'm still learning. I don't know for sure, but as far as understand, the only like really really international day, um as far as not even a holiday, it's more of a like an observance to unify people, is May Day, which I found out the reason basically because they don't want workers in America unifying with workers in other places. They wait till like, what is it? This Monday here is Labor Day. But other than that, like I purposely put holidays from Ethiopia, South Africa, Japan, and some other country that I don't really look at a lot. But I do that so I can kind of keep abreast of what they're observing. And like for instance, there's Family Day in Japan, and then they have Grandparents Day, and then they have the day for the cherry blossoms, and then there's Adwa in Ethiopia, and the Coptic Christmas starts, I believe, later in so you're right, they do things that's native to them. And um it also holidays, from what I understand, are a basis of the nature around you, the land around you, celebrating that, which is a way to be thankful to whatever the Neteru for that group, that the deities for that group of people on that particular land. It's to mark a tragedy as well. So, like I said, an observance. It's to give people a break, right? But in America, it's made to dominate people's minds and make them spend money, because this weekend people gonna be spending money on meat and barbecuing. When they If they think a little critically, they'll be like, didn't we just spend 70, $80 on meat for the 4th of July? Didn't we do that? Didn't we buy alcohol? Didn't we pop fire? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, y'all. And it just so happens in America, you hit with a slew of holidays toward the end of spring, except, mind you, I'm not considering local holidays, like I said, like Mardi Gras or whatever. Like, people may have, I don't know, whatever they have in northeastern, what they call a colonial New England states. They may have their own set of holidays. I don't know because I don't live there. But national holidays, it's like, let's think about it critically. And that brings me to something I was thinking about with um, Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa is literally a Hallmark holiday in America, a manufacturer of greeting cards and all that stuff. So it's almost like whatever Hallmark is making a greeting card for, we need to shun it. That includes Valentine's Day, obviously Christmas. I mean, I hate to say even New Year's to a degree, because it's like
And we
we
have a Kemetic New Year, which is around summertime, So
okay.
we could make those shifts. You know what I'm saying? I mean, actually, some people are celebrating the Kemetic New Year, but the people celebrating, at least in France, I know for sure that they are the one who defend the rapists and pedophiles that I talked about, and they're also stealing. But stealing is okay for people who defend rapists and pedophiles. Like stealing is nothing, but yeah, some people do celebrate, the Kemetic New Year's, and there's so much that we could do. We just have to decide and be selective, because so far for all these years, I see so many of our people who want to still remain into this melting pot, but it's just incompatible. It's incompatible.
I mean, I'm gonna say something controversial as well, Shaka.
Mm,
I'm part of the controversy club just
mm.
in my area. We don't need to be celebrating Juneteenth the way we've been celebrating Juneteenth in America. It's a joke. We done gave white people another day to be off in and they don't know, half of them don't know and don't care about Juneteenth. They just know I'm off and I'm getting paid. Okay. We were out for the first Juneteenth, and a friend of mine is a rapper, and I recorded music with him. So he was like, "Can you come with me? We're gonna perform the song at this Juneteenth celebration." I'm thinking this is gonna be at the park because it said something about a park and da 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 da. I'm like, "All right, get there." He's like, "Oh, we went to the wrong place. It's not at the park. It's at another place." So I get in the car. The Juneteenth celebration is at a bar. Okay. It's full of white people. And we singing like really like borderline revolutionary stuff. People was in there shook. I said, bro, did you ask these people who the audience was? Nah, they just offered me so and so, so and so. So he got paid and didn't ask about the audience or the venue, right? And so
It didn't
we're
match.
right. So we leaving, and this guy walks up to us when we walk into the car, and he's like, "Hey guys, Happy Juneteenth. I mean, really, for everybody. For everybody? Yo, so you telling me you got people that was chattel slaves somewhere in America that didn't find out slavery was, come on, man, don't do this. And
It's
then one other point. There was a lady with a series called Ask a Slave. And so she had a like an episode where she had this native guy on, and he was talking about how basically, long story short, all the dealings with the pilgrims didn't meet his expectations. And so he was like, yeah, we eat burnt corn soup on such and such day. She was like, oh, what is that day about? And he was like, that's our day to remember when the pilgrims went through our cornfields and burned everything down, and a bunch of people died from starvation. So I'm thinking when Juneteenth was established, that's the type of observance we need to be having. It needs to be like the most sterile and like monastery like mindset we in, where we like, you know what? We got altars set up, we telling family stories, passing on oral history. We not spending no money, not spending no money, and we just inside, and we being as conscious, and again, like for lack of a better comparison, just like the monks, we not gonna move around too much today, because we remembering and we letting the spirits, the ether rise, so we can get that absorbed into ourselves. But no, no, it's a Hallmark holiday, so you better buy your rack of ribs and invite your white co-workers.
and you know when you talk about spending money, that's one of the thing I love in America. I don't know if other people do it, but I see a lot of people, black people, who get married like in the backyard. You know what I'm saying? Like, and because in France, when people get married, oh man, the amount that they spend, I mean, it's probably the largest amount that they ever spend besides buying a house. You know, it's for the room, for all the food, for the gas, the clothing, and it's just crazy. I mean, sometimes they might bring animals. Of course, the rental of different cars and the limousine is just out of hands. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we need to identify our problems and come with a remedy to it. But many people have benefited, have taken advantage of non-Abrahamic believers, and I want people to understand that when I'm saying it's not compatible with the Abrahamic belief system, I'm talking about, as a philosophy or way of life, because, of course, you don't have any such thing as, as a Muslim Christian or as a Jewish Muslim, Dr. Wesley Muhammad at one point he was talking about Ma'atic Islam. He didn't last long, because he surely realized that that wasn't going to fly. But just have just as they don't do any syncretism, we don't need to do any syncretism. So those people who try to deter us from having our own philosophy or way of life or spirituality or religion, uh to me is problematic, because I don't see myself as telling people, well, don't practice this, don't practice that. I'm like, here are the facts. That's how I get down. And if you want to get down the same way, then feel free. Besides that, if you talk about something and you claim it's historical, I'm gonna look into it. And if I don't feel the same way, I'm gonna let you know. Because they are very good at having the religious hat and the historical hat. First, they try to talk about history, and then when you deal with we have the conversation about history, and they realize that they don't have the actual facts, they kind of substantiate what they are claiming, and then, well, but that's my religion, that's my faith, and my belief. You need to respect my faith. People have always talking points, you know, that will allow them to escape a position or premise or whatsoever. And at this point, what we've seen really lately was very, very interesting. Once again, with some people that I don't want to name, some people can switch. I mean, somebody can switch. I'm no longer following that way. Fine. Why would you go against all those people? You know, I mean, and the funny thing is that it is claimed that it's because the person doesn't know the language enough. But the sad truth is just because the person said your methodology is poor. So the personal stuff became a vendetta. I mean, it's just weird, but it's okay. It's okay. But send it. Feel free if you want to add on, and then I'm gonna close this because it's
Okay.
gonna be
Yeah.
5 hours in 2 minutes. So feel free to
Yeah.
make closing remarks.
I really don't have too much else to say. We just got to get our values back. And
Mm,
when we get our values back, maybe we'll want to find out where the values came from. And then again, celebrate things that deserve to be celebrated, mourn things that should be mourned. And then two, just keep some stuff sacred. Like I don't see Jewish people since they were brought up. They not itching to invite people into their
nah,
traditions.
new
I don't wait.
celebrations.
Real quick, another one, another group of people, especially in America, Indians from India. Oh,
Mm,
honey, they don't mess with nobody but themselves. You don't know
yeah,
what holidays they have. They do it at them people houses. They're not
yeah.
out. They don't need a greeting card. Oh, it's the festival of lights. They don't
Mm,
do that. We need to be the same way. We need to be
yeah.
exclusive. There's nothing wrong with it because it keeps the integrity of your culture and the ethnic group you claiming to belong to. It keeps it valid and pure. So somebody can't come in and mimic your stuff and then turn around and add shea butter like y'all was talking about, and then all of a sudden it's a black thing.
Mm.
That's all. I am my turn. So Hotep,
But thanks a
peace.
lot for coming. It's been a while, Senate.
Yeah, Uja, and
Definitely.
peace to African James. I'm gonna catch y'all later.
All right, peace,
Hey,
Queen.
peace,
It
man.
was good to dialogue with you. Good show, Shaka, as usual for me.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to try to, as far as getting something together for us, we need to definitely try to hash that out as far as like what we consider, whatever it is that we're trying to, put together, and just really just discard everybody else and just do our own thing if that's what it's going to take.
Yeah,
Because
and
I'm
I'm
definitely I'm a chronologist first. I'm not an
yeah.
atheist. So I just deal with the chronology of history.
Mm,
That's all I was ever searching for as an African American at the time, based on the information that was provided to me. I knew that something wasn't right from the time I seen Roots when I was like in 1977, 78. That's when my journey began as far as trying to find out what was the truth about what did Africans believe before that enslavement.
mm.
And I didn't run into it until the late 2000. I mean 2006 or seven. It took me that long to come up on the Kemetic history, thanks to the internet, right?
Yeah, the
And
internet was very helpful.
because you got to think, Dr. Clark and them is up in New York in the big city, and down here in the South, it may have been people that got wind of Dr. Clark, elders, but for people that was really just out in the streets of dealing with the crack Eric and all the attacks that we were dealing with that and the misinformation in the schools and stuff, to be able to find this history is a real blessing. You know what I'm saying? So
Yes.
that's what the real mission is, for us to get chronologically aligned. It's okay to acknowledge when the Hebrews come into literary text, which is 300 BC, according to what you're saying. And then after that, we'll deal with whoever comes after the Hebrews and the order in which they come into history. That's what I'm on. That's what I think our people should be on. I think it could be as simple as that. But peace to Hotep to you, brother.
This hotel, and so far, uh, the oldest Old Testament, complete one, that's in Greek. So
Of
somebody
course.
might be
They was
justified.
the one. They was the ones who went and copied down what they learned of the thought of a writing system was the Greeks that came in and did their first copy. Just imagine if you run into a people and they tell you that they got a 350-day, 365-day calendar. They can tell you exactly when a star is going to come back around if you don't have this information. You see what I'm saying? They like, damn, you can do that? You have a calendar where you can count the days, the weeks. I don't know if they had that information before they came into contact with them, but it seemingly like what Dr. Clark say, when they came, they were speaking of the Hebrews, they were people with the no language, no culture, anything. When they left, they had it all. We see this. So with this type of simplification brought to us by Dr. Clark Mill, I can't understand why we still arguing these points. That's why I'm frustrated with even. I'm so glad that Jabari is not having this debate because it was not needed.
It
We
was not
already
needed.
know that Abraham or anything after that is a 2,000 year falsification of history. And you notice that they have to use Kemet to solidify themselves in history. That's why they try to find the word Israel they're trying to find.
Yeah.
They're trying to find it if you're not solidified by this particular culture, you ain't nothing. That's how important it is to be known by these people.
But our people don't see it that way, but we're gonna work on that. We're gonna work on that.
It's hard being us, bro.
And those who don't want to get on board, they don't have to. There's no obligation. But like-minded people can do so much, and they can do so well. You know what I'm saying? But like I gave that analogy years ago. About rolling with like-minded people, because if you don't, you're at the front, you're rowing, you think the guy's your comrade, you don't check, you don't look in the back, he's rowing in the other direction, so you're stagnating or you're moving very slow.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go ahead and let you get out and close out, man. Till next time.
I appreciate you, brother. Peace, brother. So, brothers and sisters, it's been 5 hours and 4 minutes. Usually I don't really do live streams that long, but hey, I don't work tomorrow. It was Friday evening. Now it's Saturday morning. It's 3 a.m. right now where I am. I'm in Europe. Stay safe, stay healthy. And if I'm allowed to, Brother Nechero, I will definitely holler back at you. If you want to learn the Medu Nechera, I'm giving classes, I'm giving lessons. You have the email address in the description of this video. If you haven't seen the video Kemet and Ma'at, you also have the link. I recommend that you watch it, as well as the video entitled Deception of Asiatic Black Men, and also White Semites Black Awakening. The Semites were not black people. I'm sorry. And I've documented. Some people say demonstration beats conversation. All right. We might as well say documentation beats conversation. But anyway, stay safe, stay healthy. And if I'm allowed to, Brother Neteru, I will definitely holler back at you. Hotel.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know like our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Netia class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.